T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Jane says, I'm done with Sergio. You treat me like a rag doll. She hides the television. to cry. She take a swing, man. She can't help. She don't mean no harm. She just don't know what else to do about it. And Jane goes to the store at 8. She walks up on St. Andrews. She waits and gets her dinner there. She pulls her dinner from her pocket. Jane says, I ain't never been in love. I don't know what it is. She only knows if someone wants her. I want 'em if they want me. I only know they want me. She gets mad and she starts to cry. She takes a swing, man. She can't help. She don't mean no harm. She just don't know what else to do about it. Jane
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold. Ooh, the hedges, screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong.
Oh man, I love that intro song. Lou's Boobs was asking who sings this song. If you were talking about the intro morning song, that was Jane's Addiction. Jane says. Um, Matt says, Casey, I thought this was Nick Drake. I don't even know who that is, Matt. I'll have to look that up though. So the title for the day today, guys. Yesterday's move was to price in the FOMC rate hike? Question mark. I don't know for a fact, but I'll tell you what though. I do think that very oftentimes we tend to see the market price in moves like that well in advance because they know something's going to happen. Now, we've heard from the Fed themselves. Hold on a second. We've heard from the Feds themselves that they were going to be lowering the rate hikes to 50 basis points. I'm pulling up the data right now to see what it is for the day. It was 25.3% chance at a 75 basis point, according to the probability calculator that I use. It's now 20.6% chance that there will be a 75 basis point hike. So even less probability now than before. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that they're gonna change what it is that they're doing, even with the report that came out last week for the GDP and jobs and all that kind of stuff. I don't think they're gonna change anything. I think they're still gonna stick with um, I think they're gonna stick with 50 basis points and the big tramp saying is 50 points or half a percentage point bad or good. And I think I think the market, if you want to see the market go bullish, I think that that's probably 50 basis points is probably good for a bull market. But in regards to trying to continue to combat inflation, probably bad. So it depends on how you want to look at it. Matt says, "Go drill Nick Drake, Pink Moon, and thank me later." All right, I'm gonna write it down. I've got like 3 different things written down now on my board that I have to go watch. Pink Moon. MMMMOON. That spells moon. My biggest fan says, "I don't care about the market. I just want to see AMC go bullish." Yeah, we all do. It'll happen in time. It'll happen in time. Its own due time. Is there any news articles out this morning? Let's see. Let me check and see if Adam Aaron posted anything here. Okay, nothing new from Adam Aaron. And let me just check and see if there's any specific AMC news out. The Street has an article out here about AMC stock had a very bullish start to December. They dive into why they think that might be. I'm not going to read it. So nothing new in the news articles. I do feel like there's. Oh yeah. Yesterday there was that one news article that was brought up. Let me pull out the BIS, and I read it. I read it briefly yesterday. I'm gonna repost that up to the top so you guys can see that. I do think that that's kind of an important story. FX swap debt, a 80 trillion blind spot. BIS says I'm actually going to post you one that was updated 33 minutes ago. I'm not sure why they updated it, but they did. But the Bank for International Settlements is basically stating that there's like a massive amount of off-balance sheet dollar debt in foreign exchange swaps. in the amount of $80 trillion. A lot of you guys were bringing this up yesterday morning, and I hadn't seen the article or made that much of a big deal about it, but I really do think that this is a pretty big deal. If you want to talk about something that's going to cause international markets to be in turmoil, this would probably be it. So I'm going to go ahead and pin that to the top of the page for the day today, as I do think that's an important thing to keep in mind. I do believe that a lot of debt owed on unclosed positions have been transferred either internationally or also into unregulated markets such as crypto markets, such as FTX. So I think there's some impact that some of this stuff is going to play on the U.S. market. And I don't even think we've begun to see the beginning of what that's going to look like, but I think it will come. I think Arthur's taking a little bit of a break right now, Danny. I talked to him. I wished him a happy birthday. I sent him a message. He's just taking a break. Every once in a while, it's healthy to take some breaks here and there if you need it. So, Apex, good morning to you. Let me pull up. When is that rate hike? 14th. So that's next week. A week from tomorrow is the rate hike. Is it possible that they were dropping price yesterday in order to price in the rate hike movement for next week? I think it's possible. All right, it's 6:20. I'm gonna clean my glasses. Oh, did we get CPI numbers? Hold on a second. I haven't checked those out. Hold on a second. Looks like I might have closed that page out. Give me 1 second while I pull those back up again. Yeah, so the CPI data is going to come out the day before the rate hike. So a week from today, CPI data will be out. It'll be interesting to see if we get. It'll be interesting to see if we get some interesting numbers showing up for CPI data. Right before the rate hike to see and see if that makes a difference. All right, let me pull up. Let me clean my glasses here real quick, and then we'll dive into the numbers. Hope you guys had a wonderful night last night. Real late last night, I was sitting in a space call, and I was really kind of passing out. I just couldn't stay awake any longer. I was asked to be a part of a space call, and I was there in body, but not in mind. I was so tired. But anyways, there was a bunch of people in there talking about CBDCs. There was an article that was posted on it, and I think I retweeted it. No, maybe I didn't retweet it. There was a really interesting article in there, and I don't think I posted that anywhere. Son of a gun. I'm gonna have to see if I can find it later, because I think it's actually a really it was a posting by the DTCC on settlements using CBDC, and so the whole topic last night was based on that or around that, and I didn't have anything to say, but man, I'll tell you what though, I got to find this article from you know what, let me see if I can find it real quick and post it up as well. Give me just 1 second while I look for it. Glasses are clean. I can start reading again. Let's see if I can find this. 6 days ago. I think this might be it. So this is dated November 30th. And it's DTCC shares findings from its pilot with a digital dollar project, identifying requirements for supporting a U.S. CBDC and securities settlement. I'm going to go ahead and post this up for you guys to read. It does not look like it's too long. Maybe we can kind of go over this together after I get done with the numbers. So I'll go ahead and post it up here for you guys to see in case you want to head over and check it out. Ryan, good morning. Roadster guy says I put it in Discord. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and check these numbers out here. I got to log into my broker real quick, and then we can start taking a look at what we got going on. Taking you guys over to the other page. Real interesting numbers yesterday. I wouldn't have expected to see as much downwards momentum as we ended up getting. I kind of felt that we might have a little bit of an upwards momentum day yesterday, but that didn't happen at all. It was exactly the opposite of what I think probably anybody would have thought was going to happen. But it was whole market wide though, right? It wasn't just AMC; it was market wide. There was a correction on price. So, or I don't even want to call it a correction. I mean, it looked to me like they're pricing in something. The whole market decided to just tank yesterday. So, two-factor authentic. Oh yeah, when the big tramp's not on the screen, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those thoughts. I've taken you guys over to the other page, so I can't see what it is you guys are writing. So if you want me to comment on something, just wait until you see the big tramp again. Also, two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to set it up for yourself, as it could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. And let's get into these numbers, shall we? Starting off with price prediction tally points. Again, I'm going to, one final note before I erase everybody's numbers. I won last week. Danny's like, you had to rub it in. You didn't win in fantasy stonks. Yeah, I know. I sucked on it. It's hard to do a 9-hour stream, Danny, and try to remember to make my trades like I normally would. It was rough, man. I learned something very valuable out of fantasy stonks, and it's that I can't do that and live stream at the same time. It's impossible. I don't remember to do the things that I'm supposed to do. Price prediction tally points. Let's see what we got yesterday. Combined total price of AMC and Ape at close was, oops, my 4 button is still sticking. $8.40. Holy moly. Keto just barely scraped in for a point for the very first day. He had 839 to 1139. 840 is what we closed at. Everybody else was a little bit more comfortable, but still very close. I mean, I was the lowest with 805. So, but yeah, Eric actually got Apex's number yesterday because Apex was filling in for Eric. So Eric, I talked a little bit to Eric last night, Apex, and he thanks you for your point given to him from your price prediction. Thank you for filling in. Let's see here. So everybody gets a price prediction tally point. Man, Keto is so close. It's not. All you have to do is get in there. Doesn't matter one way or the other, and you got it, Keto. So it doesn't matter if you're 1 penny off or you're $1.50 off. You're still in. So you got a point. And let's take a look at short exempt volume for the day yesterday. On AMC, short exempt volume was 285.3, a little bit down. Not a whole lot of short exempt volume there. I already pulled up Ape this morning, just kind of get it up and going, so I don't have to like search for it as long as I normally do. Ape had 301.5, so that was elevated. Utilization, actually, we'll come back to utilization in just a second. So AMC was down 8.81% yesterday, pretty hefty. Ape, surprisingly, not as much, only down 4.44%, which, if I had to guess, let me just go through and look at some of the other stuff. You know, that wasn't that bad on Ape. You know, that was kind of average. I mean, if you look at like, for example, like Cinemark yesterday was down 3.85, so it was really kind of similar to a lot of the other stocks out there on Ape. AMC was on the other hand was a little bit of a different story. Let's take a look at utilization. Utilization showing up, let's see, December 5th, showing up at 100% for AMC, and it is showing the correct date. For Ape, it is showing 76.16%, massively down from where it was. We'll take a look at why that is, and yeah, that's the correct reporting. So 76.16%. Something happened, guys. Something definitely happened. So we were up to like 97% utilization on Ape, and now all of a sudden it's down to like what did I just say? 76. I didn't write it down. 76.16. That's pretty massive drop. In 2 days' time, we went from a 97% utilization down to 76.16%. That should show up in pretty massive buying pressure here. If it hasn't, surprisingly, it hasn't already, but it should show up in some pretty massive buying pressure. Unless the only other reason utilization would go down like that is that there's massive amounts of shares that have been found to be able to borrow that weren't there before. So we'll check that, but I have a feeling that it's really more return shares than anything. So we'll check that out here in just a few minutes. We can look at it. Let's take a look at max pain for the day. This might drop to 750, or yeah, 750, because max pain started out this week at $8. We had enough moves yesterday that in open interest may have created a little bit of a gap down on max pain, back down to 750 from where it was. Let's check it and see. $8 still. $8 is max pain. Let's take a look at off exchange data. Final numbers for AMC on off exchange data was 57.85 and EDGX at 10.14. Grand total on those two is 67.99, or basically 68, which is about 4% higher than it should be for a normal day. The 30-day average right now on CHX volume is 0.35. That's 0.1% higher than what it was last week, but only because we had several days in a row where we had huge amounts of CHX volume. The volume yesterday on CHX for AMC was 0.37% of the daily total, so it's high. There was some high volume. It was about 103,000 shares, almost 104,000 shares traded through CHX. So there's still some activity happening there. Taking a look at Ape, off exchange volume, final numbers for the day yesterday were updating. Let's try that again. There we go. Final numbers through off exchange for Ape is 76.28% and EDGX at 4.36 for a grand total 80.64. That's 16.5% higher than where it should be. CHX volume was definitely elevated. It was 3 times more than the 30-day average at 0.31% of the total daily volume, when normally it sees about 0.1%. It was 65,000 shares that traded through there. That is a significant for Ape. That's a significant amount of numbers going through that CHX. I do see a spike on that happening. On GME, CHX volume, nothing unusual to report. And HYMC, CHX volume, nothing unusual. Taking a look at institutional ownership, 140.185 were the numbers for yesterday, 140.185 million. No change. It doesn't appear there's any change. Hold on, it's still updating. Oh, no, it updated. 140.185 million is still owned by institutions. Let's take a look at open interest for the day today on AMC. Highest amount of open interest for calls is at an $8 strike. That's down from 9.5 from yesterday. So that's moved down quite a bit. Yesterday at 9.5, there was 14.4 thousand contracts. That dropped pretty drastically to 11,000 contracts in open interest. However, at an $8 strike, there's now 16.4 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume is currently at $6.50, which is where it was yesterday. However, there is large amounts of, actually I'd say very large amounts of in the money puts that are being purchased, starting at 7.5 and going all the way up to $9. But at $6.50, it's the largest amount. Yesterday there was 11.1 thousand contracts. Today there's 11.1 thousand contracts. My guess is that they're probably trying to close out as much of that short interest as they possibly can, or some of the put positions that are open as well, that are in the money. I said short and I meant put positions. They should have been. They should be trying to close out as many of those as they possibly can as price is moving downwards to try and collect on those. I think, yeah, AMC's price is at 745, so they could collect on, well, it's 760 in the pre-market, so they're out of the money right now on the $7, $7 and $7.50 puts. So there's some big chunks that are out of the money right now. Let me move some screens around and we'll take a look at the numbers, the other numbers here. Give me just a second while I move a couple pages. Alrighty. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $8.40. We did find a little bit of support here at $8.37 range, where we have a Fibonacci retracement that I've got going on, and let's see what we got going on for pattern here. So we're kind of trading in this. This is something I think I highlighted or outlined yesterday, where we've got this ascending level of resistance and support. Right now, it's acting as a level of support. It has been resistance in the past, and it's rising. And so there's a good chance that we could see price come down and test this at some point before perhaps maybe launching back up and trying to break back through. I did kind of outline a box where I felt like we could see price moving upwards. We broke around that box time, but not in the direction I would have suggested. I mean, we definitely broke down just a little bit down before that. I thought price was going to be breaking to the top side, and instead it decided to go down. So, but either way, there's still these levels of support and resistance on both sides. Support in the bottom, resistance at the top here. I don't think this is going to break out of this. I think you have rising price and I think you have rising volume. That's not I think. I see rising price, I see rising volume. This should break bullish to the top side. Just I'm not sure when it's going to happen exactly. And it may not be until later down the road, maybe like next week. We'll have to see. Vortex data. Today, the short share interest of the free float's at 20.4%. We got utilization at 100%. This is what it looks like for 209 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Let's zoom in on this a little bit. On loan amount decreasing day over day from 168.99 to 165.58. 3.5. I'm gonna go with 3.5 million shares returned last night, or yesterday, I should say. Let's check and see what that does to or let's see how much of that was in short interest. So we had our short share interest of the free float drop from 20.62 to 20.4. So we're looking at 0.22% of the float. So of that 3.5 million, about 1.135 million of it was in short interest that was closed day over day. Closing of short interest is bullish. Taking a look at the on loan average age per day. So they'd returned 3.5 million shares. If they were newer shares, then you'll see on loan average age per day skyrocketing. If they were older to medium aged loans, then this will drop. And it dropped. So we're finally starting to see the curve or the heading downwards of this signal of this parameter that we monitor. So we're seeing on loan average age drop from 95.69 to 93.59. When this does reach a bottom, we'll do a countdown timer of 15 business days. And we should see some kind of significant price run once that does reach a bottom. Taking a look at security lending volume, it was also up even more yesterday, significantly. We went from 35.16 million shares traded in security lending volume yesterday to 38.84 million. Oftentimes when we see big spikes like this in security lending volume, we tend to see big runs that occur shortly thereafter. Taking a look at Ape. This morning we've got 7.73% of our short share interest of the free float percent is in short interest. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is drastically down from where it was before, but let's take a look at that utilization first. So here's our utilization dropping massively from we were at 97.56 and then yesterday was 89.26, and now today it's 76.16. What happened? Massive amounts of shares of loan shares been returned overnight. We went from 52.32 million shares on loan to 29.4. Let's call that 30. We'll say 22.4 or 8, 9, 24.9 million shares. Is that right? 22.9 million shares returned yesterday. That is pretty massive. Should also be extremely bullish as well. On loan average age per day. I mean, if they returned mostly old positions, then this number should be dropping like a rock. if this is heading upwards, then they're closing out everything they possibly can that's newish, and it rose, which is pretty significant. I mean, you gotta understand that we had 22.9 or almost 23 million shares returned, and yet our on loan average age drove up from 23 to 25.54 days on average. They closed out as many new positions as they possibly could in borrowed shares. I have a feeling that they're going to be reborrowing these shares here very, very, very shortly as before price starts to run. Uh, this is the exact setup that you would want to see. Now, I'm going to need one more day of this number driving upwards to know that we've had a dip in on loan average age per day, because I got to have 2 days in a row of upwards momentum on loan average age per day. But if on loan average age per day starts driving up even further, then I'm gonna for one more day. I'm gonna start down a countdown timer on 15 days for this, because that is, they've closed out pretty much like every new position possible on the books, and only positions that are open right now on loan, the 29.4 remaining million shares that are on loan, are all very, very old loans because the number drove up higher. Security lending volume day over day, massive, massive jump from 9.12 million in security lending volume to 34.52 million in security lending volume. So massive, massive jump there as well. In fact, we haven't seen that high of a, as you can see on the page here, we haven't seen that high of a security lending volume day since, I don't know, probably around like August 31st. We got some upwards momentum coming here. They're getting ready for it. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only ones that I would want to look at. And based off these buy and sell orders here, you can tell that these were likely all of the orders for the entire day that Fidelity's reporting. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. AMC is on the list here. We had a 64% buy to 36% sell ratio yesterday. Looking really, really good. I like that. 60-40 is a minimum. I do not see Ape or GME on the list, likely due to low volume. Speaking of low volume, the amount of volume traded yesterday on Ape, or AMC rather, was 28.216 million shares. I suggested yesterday 10 to 30 million, so I nailed that one. On Ape, I said somewhere between 15 and 35 million. We had 20.7 million shares traded, so hit both of those. Volume day over day on Ape is increasing. It went from 20 million to 20.7 million. SSR triggers today for AMC at $6.70. It did not trigger yesterday. Ape triggers at 0.8561, and it did not trigger yesterday either. Shares available to borrow this morning. Looks like they had 500,000 shares last night. They borrowed about 300,000 of those, returned most of those back, and then borrowed them back again. So 3 plus 250 is 550,000 shares having been borrowed so far. And yesterday was a total of 1.1 million. Fees right now on that is 30.3%. 104. Wow, guys. Look at the amount. So yesterday I was telling you guys I don't like seeing out of the money calls and puts when you add them together over 100K, because it kind of tells you that, you know, it's a lot of bleeding money into pockets that we don't want to have it bleeding into. But calls alone are already over 100,000 contracts, and we had very, very low numbers going into this week. People are getting massively played in the derivatives on AMC. 104.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 5.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 39.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 24.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. Next lulling period is going to be 12/23. Oftentimes, whenever we have very low amounts of derivatives, that's when we tend to see price rise the most. Since next week is going to be an AMC 1 week, where the dividend monthly, is it monthlies? Should be monthlies. Yeah, I think it's monthlies expire. Futures on the market. VIX is showing down 0.48. Rest of the market's showing up. Opening market numbers are up somewhere between 0 and 0.25%. Very minimal green open. International markets, kind of mixed numbers. Some up anywhere as much as 1%, most down about anywhere from 1/4% to 0.5%. US dollar closed at 104.91 yesterday and was down 0.36 for the day. Oil in the pre-market this morning is down 0.98%. Pre-market on the SPY is up 0.1. Tesla in the pre-market's up 0.38. Amazon up 0.44. Cinemark up 1.21. Doge is up or down rather 1.12. Bitcoin, which is just hovering just underneath 17K a coin, is up 0.16. GME is up 0.94. HYMC down 8.7. HUD is up 1.24. CS is down 1.8. NCMI is down 7.63. Ape is up 0.9. And AMC is up 1.61%. Taking a look at the hourly, actually, inflow versus outflow on AMC yesterday, we had approximately actually, let's call it 6.5 million more dollars outflow than inflow. So far, we've only traded 7,740 shares on AMC this morning. That's very low volume, extremely low. On the 1 hour time indicator, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI. Hold on a second, I gotta sneeze. I think I do. I feel the tickle. I don't want to sneeze in the mic. I'm getting ready to. Okay, it's gone. I guess I don't have to sneeze after all. RSI is at 39.4, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.07. Which is just slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.38, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at Ape, we have approximately $1.1 million more inflow than outflow for the day yesterday. Only 10,000 shares having been traded so far for the day-to-day on Ape. That's very low volume as well. On the 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with, nope, I take that back. That's kind of weird. Yeah, there's definitely more buying pressure than selling pressure right now. RSI is sitting at 42.24, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.23, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.55, which is pretty much average. Taking a look at Ichimoku. On the 1 hour, let me erase my data. All right, here's what we got. We got lagging line below price line. Conversion broke yesterday at the end of the day underneath base, and price is in between conversion and base. To see, and price normally does make the move down through green clouds, but it actually kind of made the move before. Never, I mean, it did burst above the red cloud, but not for very long. Our next red cloud that forms where we may see price driving back up again is starting at the end of today and going into tomorrow. So I would look for some maybe sidewards trading for most of the day today, and maybe on some low volume we might see a spike up towards the end of the day today. That's at least what this is kind of projecting. The magic number to break above for the day today is going to be 1.02. Let's just call it 1.03. And maintaining a price above 103 to signal for some additional buying pressure. Actually, let me change that number. It's 105 because I forgot the lagging line has to make it up above the price line. So it's actually going to be 105. 105 is going to be the target number to maintain and hold above in order to see additional buying pressure. That's going to be 10 cents higher than where we're at right now. Taking a look at the 4-hour time interval on this, we've got lagging line below price line below conversion, and conversion below base. We've got moving up to 105 would create additional buying pressure that would push us up to about 118. Before we got to the cloud, do notice that there's an agreement in the 1-hour and 4-hour charts on a thinning portion of red cloud that we can break through on price. Whenever you see the 1-hour chart and the 4-hour chart converging on price points and on bullish days where it's going to break through at the same time, that's even more bullish. So looking, and that's starting tomorrow. Historically speaking, hold on a second, let me just pull it up and see. Historically speaking, Wednesdays are not usually as green as Tuesdays. Tuesdays are our second best day of the week usually. And then there's a tie for third with Wednesdays and Fridays. But the big buy signal wouldn't occur today until over $1.46, which I don't see us hitting. I think we're waiting to see some more green starting tomorrow. At least for Ape. On AMC, on a 1-hour chart, we've got lagging line below price line. We've got conversion below base. Price is starting to head back up here. Again, another red cloud forming tomorrow, a thinning red cloud. It doesn't mean that we couldn't start moving up in price just before and then perhaps breaking through tomorrow morning at some point. Strong buy indicators is going to be breaking above $8.45. On a 4-hour chart, we dipped down into the green cloud here on the thinning portion, but now we've got red clouds showing up for at least in the next couple of days, which means we could see some additional buying pressure coming in. However, conversion is below base, but lagging line is above price line. If we got a little bit additional buying pressure going in today, in order to turn this into a stronger buy, I think we're going to have to see at least $7 and $7.70. So I said the numbers kind of backwards today. So the 1-hour chart's showing not a whole lot of buying pressure until 8:45. However, the 4-hour chart's saying anything above 770 should turn back into a strong buy signal. And we're currently at 757. Give me 1 second here. I put my Bollinger Bands back on. Real quickly, I need to go back out here on Ape and verify the last high that we got up to at 9:15 and make sure I have that plugged in to synthetic price failure, because I don't know that I do. I didn't have that in there. 9:15 is what I need to plug in. The reason that's important is because I need to know what a synthetic price failure starts at, and a synthetic price failure starts at $7.36, which we're actually not that far away from. So synthetic price failure would take us to 736. Let me go ahead and plug these numbers in real quick here because I don't have them in here. Let me find my standard white line that I've got normally set up here. There it is. All right, so this is going to go at 732. Getting our pokey stick of volume in. Let's take a look at that. So pokey stick of volume just about 70,000 shares, 69,000. Nice. Let's see. So that puts us at about 8,000 shares going into this. Very, very low volume, only 77,000 shares so far at 7 a.m. in the morning, 8 o'clock Eastern. That's going to put us on a 10 to 30 million prediction for the day on AMC. On Ape, pokey stick of volume 16,000. Wow, very low volume here on pokey stick of volume. 16,000 shares with 26,000 shares after it. So 10,000 going in. 10,000 shares going into the pokey stick, and then almost a doubling of that. Super low volume. 5 to 25 million is all I can predict. We haven't seen this kind of low volume on Ape in a hot minute. Let me continue to move around some of my numbers here for synthetic price failure. This number is going to go 736. And this one's going to go at 718. Paper hands start at 718. And this number needs to go back up somewhere here. Hold on a second. Let's delete this. Actually, I'm going to put this at the last previous high of 915. Just so we know where our last top was. So believe it or not, we were actually toying around really close yesterday in the after. Actually, this is pre-market hours, but in the aftermarket hours yesterday, we were really, really close at 741 to a synthetic price failure, which would have been at 736, but didn't quite hit it though. Very, very close. Alrighty, let's see what we got here. Bird Eye says, do you see the news about the $80 trillion made up money to be found in Forex and world stocks? 80 trillion of money. So, Bird Eye, did you see the link at the very top? I've got a link to that article. El Doge, you don't have to worry about it, man. Thank you, but you don't have to spam it. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. AMC Panda says it takes 2 days for the cash to go in, so don't sell any stocks you buy with the cat. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Here to spam. All right. Well, you don't have to spam. Tano nailed it. Hate to say it. Sorry, Casey. Tano at Tano. What did Tano say? I have no idea what Tano said. Let me scroll back up. I don't know what Tano said. I don't see it. Danny says El Doge Ka is the new Miss Harris. Yeah, don't feel like you need to spam it, Doge, because it's okay, man. It doesn't do anything for me, so don't worry about it. Oh, it was a Fidelity question? Okay. I'll just assume that you guys are on top of it, answering the question. El Doge says, God is great, beer is good, and people are crazy. Don't you know it? Especially during holidays. Casey, pure gambling this morning. Don't anyone listen to me. I mean, really. I don't know what you're talking about, Deborah. I just got back. I don't see what it is you guys are writing when I'm doing other stuff, and I don't go back and reread through everything, so I have no idea what you're talking about right now. Hmm. You know what, Deborah? Fidelity used to have direct deposit, but like, I mean, not direct deposit, but like a direct instant deposit. But what I've been hearing from a lot of people is that where it used to be like instant deposit, it's now taking. They're actually requiring people to wait the full amount of time for it to go through. So I don't. It seems like it's changed. It used to be more instant, and I think it does probably matter who you bank with, on whether or not the funds get there right away or not. But oh, Tana's saying the big tramp guy said if AMC will squeeze before CBDC, I don't know what CBDC is. Centralized banking digital currency. Einstein got you down 8:05 to 11:05. Some people, I don't know if I don't know what you had asked, Deborah. I have no idea. What do we got here? 8:05 to 11:05 for Einstein. Give me 1 second. 8:05 to 11:05. Apex is coming in with a prediction of 660 to 960. Wow, that's a big drop. That Roaster guy says, hit the dislike. Keep me going. That keeps me motivated. If I see those down votes, lets me know I'm doing something right. Oh, Deborah's asking, or Manjit's asking Deborah, are you asking about deposit for your trade or deposit from selling your investment? Yeah, that'll make a big difference. Yeah, AMC Panda says look up free market ride on Fidelity. So there's always a T settlement period, and if you try to make trades before then you're gonna risk getting a violation for a free ride. I can't remember if it's actually called free ride, but there is a violation for that if you trade within a certain period of time. If you like for example you sell out of a position and then you rebuy back into a different position before the settlement occurs, you everything's okay with that. Like they don't usually have a problem with that, but if you sell that other position before the first settlement occurs, then you usually get a free ride violation. Tammy says Casey, it only does that on Fidelity when buying Ape. Yeah, I don't know, Tammy. I've heard different reports from different people about different things, so I'm not sure. See, Bird Eye says I've had perfect credit my entire life. Bank started holding my money 5 days. I filed a complaint, didn't matter. They still treat me like I could be a criminal. 25 years of perfect bankings, and I still get it. I really do tend to think that it depends on the bank that you're banking with right now. Yeah, Deborah, this is why in the rules section that I have on this is that when you're dealing with this entire play, margin accounts are a no, an absolute hard no. Like you don't want to be on a margin account. I can't tell you how many people I heard complaining about the fact that they got liquidated when GME went down because they were in margin accounts. You do not want to be involved in margin accounts in your investment with AMC. If you are, you will potentially face problems. A lot of people have said, well, what if I don't have any margin pulled? And it's like, well, it doesn't matter because your funds are considered to be under the funds or care of the margin that the broker that you're trading through has. So if they get liquidated, you get liquidated. It doesn't matter because your funds are held under that position. So it's one of those things where it's like you don't want to be messing with margin. I tried to beat this into people's heads over and over and over and over, and nobody wants to listen. But it's like, all right, you'll find out. You'll find out the hard way. And it's just one of those things where it's like, nobody really wants to listen to the idea that you shouldn't be in margin. Young Life says good faith violation. I want to say I mean, I know what you're talking about with a good faith violation, but I want to say that there's another name for what I'm talking about. There's two different violations that are very similar. One's, but I know what you're talking about. Einstein, I got you down, man. Did anybody see if, let me go back and see real quick here if Keto, did anybody see if Keto put in his numbers? He usually puts them in. There it is. 778 to 1078 for Keto. He always catches me like right when I'm not seeing. Luckily his stuff was right there. It was real easy to find. Uh Diamond Nuts Grill and Air, Casey, how much do you know about the T plus 90 settlement for Ape? I know a lot about it. It's in reference to the Federal Rule 11880. And I didn't know anything about it until I researched into it. I will give you that disclaimer, but I've read into it and it does not apply to what's happening with AMC. So the whole T plus 90 settlement period that occurs, it doesn't apply. And the reason for it is that there was no share offering offered in this dividend. Sometimes in dividends, there's a share offering that goes with it. Like the company will say, like, well, we're giving everybody a 4-to-1, dividend, and then we're also taking our own little cut as well, and we're gonna do a stock offering when we do the dividend, and collect some money along the way, and and in that kind of situation, then that would apply. However, in our particular situation, there was no share offering that occurred when our dividend happened. Now, however, there's a big however here. The however is that there is a share offering of 19.4 million shares that we know of that Atomarian sold into the marketplace. Now, if you know the date that occurred on that they sold the 19.4 million, a man, I always forget this word. A selling syndicate could have been created during that period of time to deal with that 19.4 million shares that Adam Aaron sold into the marketplace. But if I mean, that's you got to know the exact day that happened on if you're going to do a T plus 90. So it's not going to be any of the dates that anybody has been throwing out there. So I would just don't even hold your breath on it. Ryan says it's pretty easy to not get violated on a cash account. You just can't buy and sell and then buy again within 2 days on gains. Yes, Roseanne, that is correct. A good faith violation related to using money that is not cleared. Yeah, free writing violations. I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember if it was called. Yeah, it is free writing violations. Now that I just had to see you write it out, Ryan, for me to remember that that's what it was. But yeah, good faith and free writing are different. Nana says as soon as you start reading the numbers, Keto puts it in. I swear that's what it seems like every single time. So I have to go back and like look and see. I do need to do dishes this morning, actually, Jay. It's funny that you should mention that. I hadn't thought about doing them today, but you know what? Since she's probably about ready to pull up here, I think I will get to it. She's listening too. I'm sure. I think she always listens on her way home. And I forgot to Hedge Trimmer, if you're listening, I forgot to tell her what you wrote down, what you told me yesterday. I gotta. Hopefully, she's listening right now. She can remind me to tell her. Yeah, Tano, if that's the case, and you're probably in a cash account, but if you're not positive, just contact your broker and ask them. If you're with, depending on which broker you're with, sometimes your type of account will end in a certain letter. and that will kind of be an identification as to what kind of account it is that you have, and you can just look that stuff on the you can look it up on the internet yourself. American Trader, I feel like every person who's ever been actively trading in the marketplace has experienced those violations at some point or another. You know, and you just don't know. When you first start trading, you've never, if you're heavily day trading especially, and you've never seen those kind of violations before, you just don't know. And then you get them, you're like, what the hell is this? I've never actively day traded like this much. What the hell? All right, I'm gonna head out here, guys, so I can go do the dishes. Well, I understand that, Darren, but we got pots and pans. I don't throw those in there. Tano, don't worry about it, man. We're all learning here together. So, uh, you know, what would I do without you? We're all a group here working together. Give me 1 second here, guys. I'm gonna pull something up real quick. So Maggie, I always forget. I had to type it in myself, but I always forget because it's Federal Open Market Committee. It's basically the Feds. It's the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System is FOMC. I always have to look it up because I can never remember what it stands for. Like, there's so many acronyms in this world. Even if I had gone into the military, I would have probably absolutely hated it. The amount of acronyms in this world are just way too many. I don't know if you feel that way, but I know I do. Ryan says, yeah, it's really easy to get a violation in a good bull market. Yeah, because you're trying to make trades so fast, and you're like, oh, I got to get to this next one. I don't want to miss it. All right, I'm gonna head out to break here, guys, and let's see here. Let me pull up the data or the message. Put it up top, and time to go do some dishes. Usually the wife's a little late on Tuesdays because it's Taco Tuesday. She grabs tacos. Let's see here. What time am I coming back? Oh yeah, 8:15 a.m. All right, I will be back 15 minutes before market opens and to do my predictions. You thought I couldn't remember how to spell FOMO. You know what, Maggie? That could be the case. You never know, right? You might as well ask. You never know what's with me. All right, I'm going to throw some music on here, guys, and I will see you back in just a little less than an hour. Music in 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm back, and I'm looking at this right now on AMC, and what I kind of see here by looking at a 30-minute time interval is what appears to be a bearish indicator, a bearish triangle that's kind of forming, and I would use like the $7.18 level of let's call it support as of right now. As a level of support, it does happen to be a right on a synthetic price failure point. I would see us going back and possibly testing 718 before perhaps maybe bouncing off of that. If this is going to break out going down, as I don't expect it to happen, but if this were to break out going down, then I would suggest it would probably happen kind of in this time frame right in here. So, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. I actually do think that the price is going to break out going up, as we are seeing. Actually, we're going to have falling volume at this point. Falling volume and falling price, that should be bullish. Overall, the sentiment is rising price and rising volume, but now it's starting to turn into falling volume with falling price. Both are bullish either way. So I'm tending to think that this is actually going to break the opposite direction that most people would probably expect it to go, and it's actually going to go up to newer highs potentially. But I do think that we'll retest the 718 level. And I wouldn't put it past them to try and hold it there for as long as possible. So I'm going to go ahead and write down 718 for possibility for AMC. And then on Ape, to me, it looks like we may have a little bit of a wedge that's forming here. It's a pretty steep decline as well. I would expect to see a breakout potentially by tomorrow at some point. But I would imagine that we'll probably trade within this wedge price point. So I wouldn't expect to see too much lower than perhaps maybe around like 0.91 cents by the end of the day as a possible bottom. So let's see here. Combined, the total two prices that I just came up with would be 813. I'm going to subtract a buck off that and call it 713 to 1013 is going to be my price range for the day today. Normally I would drop it $1.50, but I don't think that it's going to go. If it does go lower than the two price points that I gave of 718 and 91 cents for the two stocks, I don't imagine it going too much lower than that. We have super low volume for the day today on both AMC and Ape. In pre-market numbers. And we are extremely close to a synthetic price failure on AMC. And that would start at $7.36, which is just about 14 cents lower than where we're at currently, where we're going to open market here at 750 on AMC. Musical Companion says, Casey, you have to see the Adam Jones guitar drop last night. It's on the Epiphone front page. I had to just get it. Veil of Bees by Mark Ryden. Hold on a second. Let me check it out, Musical Companion. I am curious what it looks like here. So I think I went to their main page, and I don't see. What did you list? You listed Adam Jones guitar. Hold on a second here. I don't see it. I'm wondering if I'm on the wrong page. Hmm. I feel like I'm on their main web page and I just don't. So this is what I'm seeing. Oh, it's on the very front one. Adam Jones Les Paul Custom Art Collection. I've only probably played a Les Paul once or twice, and if I remember correctly, when I picked it up, I remember it being like a very body heavy, like super body heavy guitar. Is that does that is that would you describe that as still being the case? Just out of curiosity. Okay. Yeah. I kind of like I don't know if I'm torn, man. I'm torn. I like a guitar that feels like evenly weighted across the whole thing. I know that sounds like really odd because like how in the world could you possibly get like the neck and the to be evenly weighted with the rest of the guitar, and it's really not that easy to do on an electric guitar, which is part of the reason why I like the that one that I showed you the other day. But um, it's difficult for me to I don't know about having I don't know if I like the body being heavy like that. It's like hugging fat Mr. Mills, gee whiz. Yeah, Mario says yes because it's made out of mahogany wood. If I remember correctly, when I held it, that's how I felt. I was like, man, this is one damn heavy body. I felt like it was weird because when I picked it up by the neck of the guitar, I remember my very first thought was, "Oh my God, is this neck gonna snap off?" Because I thought like, "Oh, I should have picked it up by the neck." It feels like way too light in contrast, but that makes for probably some really quick playing, as I can imagine. Like with the neck being able to be moved around as much as it probably allows you to get around the neck a lot easier. And with the body being heavy, it makes a solid base for playing. So you don't have to post, or a lot of people post when they play, which I don't do. Probably helps with elimination of some posting. Actually, that's not true. I palm post, but that's more of a style thing than it is. it's more of a I'm trying to get a certain sound out of the guitar than I am trying to find position. All right, guys, time to open up this market. Enough guitar talk. Let's get this thing started. I'll see you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Jane says, I'm done with Sergio. You treat me like a rag doll. She hides
it's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. All right, so the title for the day today is, let me pull it back up here. Yesterday's move was to price in the FOMC rate hike coming in next week, a week from tomorrow. Let me put up a poll here. I'm just kind of curious what you guys think, because I do have a question mark on it. I don't know. I don't know if that's exactly what was happening yesterday or not, but I felt like the entire market was seeing, a major push down in an attempt to prepare for something. I'm not sure exactly what, but I'm going to poll you guys and see what you guys think. All right, there we go. I'm asking you guys in the community what it is. So somebody already asked. I think it might have been. I don't remember who it was. Somebody asked a minute ago. What? Let's see who asked it. Pro Jeweler says, "What's the line? What's the line's SSR, Casey?" And it's SPF. Synthetic price failure occurs at $7.36 as a 19.5% failure in price. From $9.15, a 20% failure point is 732. And then 21.5% down is 718. Usually, if it crosses past that 718 point, that's when you know that there's been some paper hands within the last few days, as that they've, usually they'll park some of their sell orders over a certain period of time, and that's how you know that there's been some selling that's occurred over that time. Now, if you remember, I think yesterday, the 2 days prior to yesterday, so trading on Thursday and Friday last week, we actually, while price was moving upwards, we actually had more selling orders going through than we had buying orders going through. So if they parked those orders, waited to put them through, and are finally settling those orders today, then yesterday's price movement and today's price movement could be a part of the result of those sell orders coming through and finally hitting price movement. Which means it will probably go beyond 718. How far down below 718, I have no idea. But there was definitely some selling pressure that occurred last week as we were running up in price. It makes a difference whether or not you hold. It is vitally important in order for us to see continued upwards momentum to continue to hold through big price movements. So if we get a lot of retail who sells off during certain periods of times where price is rising, trying to look for a better position or trying to swing trade this thing, it's not going to work out so well for us, because that will show up in downwards momentum leading into days down the road. So like a few days down the road. in regards to options, there was a huge amount of options. This week was kind of a dead week. We had, I want to say, about 70,000 contracts going into this week that we had in open interest that was out of the money. And calls alone are already almost 110,000 contracts now. This driving prices down lower and lower and lower is going to simply cost anybody who took those call positions lots and lots of money here, because they're probably looking at this and deciding, maybe I don't want to be a part of this call any longer. And so now they're probably rethinking some of the positions that they may have made. This is why I keep telling everybody, in a normal market condition, options are really good at helping out a gamma squeeze. In our particular situation right now, who's controlling price? It's not the case. We're not getting any kind of help from seeing price movement from gamma right now. And that's simply because who's controlling price right now is collecting money off of premiums. So if they know that they can drive down the price, collect a crap ton of money off of premiums, off of people who are FOMOing in on call options because they think price is going to run, it's going to stunt us in our place exactly where we're at, because they're like, oh, look, more money. Okay, well, we'll stall this out a little bit longer and see if we can't collect some more money, because everybody thinks it's going to run, but we're just going to go ahead and take that money off their hands and carry this out even longer. So I'm telling you guys right now, it is your money. It's your choice. Make the decisions you choose to make. But I'm telling you right now that the meme stocks are not a place to be playing in the derivatives. It does not help our position. It actually hurts us. But that's only because the situation is a little bit different on this than it normally would be. So as of right now, we bounced off a 720, which is really close to that 718. You'll see them retest the 718 multiple times. This is them looking for those paper hands, and if they can find paper hands at 718, it'll break it and go down below that. So we'll see if it breaks it. But we have triggered a synthetic price failure. So we're either looking for newer lows or to break 15% higher than our current low of $7.20. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a synthetic price failure on here and put in 720 as our new low, as we are tracking new lows now. When we drove up from $5.17 last time, we made it up to $9.15, which was a 77% increase in value. Going back down to 720 is a 21.3% decrease in value. $8.28 would be the 15%. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Hold on a second. I got to move this down. Well, maybe I didn't need to move that down. Yeah, I didn't need to move that. $8.28 would be the 15% top that we would need to see in order for us to know that we are going to be starting to create newer highs again. So it's always going to be 15% up from wherever we hit on the bottom. So we're just going to keep tracking new bottoms until it doesn't bottom out anymore and plugging those in. On Ape, let me just check something real quick here, because I'm pretty sure. Let me just check something real quick. I do see synthetic price failure on the page here, but I thought that might have been the one from last time. Let me just check the numbers real fast, because I don't recall. Nope, those are synthetic price failures are set up for Ape in the correct spot. So from 90 cents last time, we drove up to $1.12. That was a 24.44% increase in price. And if we do hit 90 cents on Ape, that will be a synthetic price failure as well. So this would be I think it's kind of odd that we're hitting synthetic price failures on the same day. This is not the same thing as SSR. Synthetic price failures are simply a way of tracking algorithmic trades that are occurring in the marketplace. That's probably the best way I can define it. And I've got a video out there that you can see on the description page that will help you to understand what those are. But I probably won't go into describing it here, because it's just easier for me to direct you guys to the video so you can watch it and understand what a synthetic price failure is. Why is the default price movement on AMC always plummeting? Because they need to get you to sell your shares. I don't believe that to be the case, Curtis. Haze Monster, take care. John says, good morning. Good morning to you, John. I was wondering if you already commented on the central bank's finding of 80 trillion swaps. I've got it posted up in here, and I don't know, was there an actual finding? The BIS had talked about it. I don't think I have the article open right now. I do have that article pinned to the top here. Let's see. So the Bank for International Settlements, or BIS, I don't know. All I saw that was that they said that there was 80 trillion of hidden off-balance sheet dollar debt in foreign exchange swaps, and I don't see. And it does say here in the article, pension funds and other non-bank financial firms. So I don't know anything in regards to the digging that they did into that. If there's more to the story, I haven't seen it yet. Head Shrimmer, I erased it off the board this morning because I did tell her this morning that you said thank you for everything. I always tell her thank you when you guys tell me to let her know to say thank you. I always tell her, and she goes, "For what?" And it's the same thing I would have been doing anyways. And I go like, "I don't think you understand. There's a lot of people that really appreciate what it is that you're doing to allow me to be able to do what it is that I'm doing." And so yeah, I let her know, hedge trimmer, but I don't think she fully realizes, her role in all of this. I don't, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't think she wants to accept responsibility for her role. But I did tell her though. Food Dog says, they lie, and 80 trillion is more like 100 trillion. So, I, you know, the whole reason I've got the story posted up to the top here is because it's definitely these kind of things that I think that are going to, um, if you watch an entire foreign exchange go belly up, it's going to impact everybody else. So, it doesn't mean that it has to happen. The catalyst doesn't happen. It has to happen in the United States. It could happen elsewhere. And when it does, when it rears its ugly head, it will impact all markets. Nana says, but she didn't bring me a taco. Actually, she brought tacos. I didn't eat them. I can't eat this early in the morning. I gotta wait till later in the afternoon. Oh, guys, I have a large shipment coming in today. I'm waiting for it. It should be here around 9 o'clock. So I'm gonna have to kind of take a step aside. I'll do the numbers at 9 as fast as I possibly can, and like right at 9 so that I can get out and make sure that I'm here, I'm available for the shipment. Because I gotta bring it in. Um, so I need to step away. I completely forgot to mention this to you guys. I'm sorry it's so last minute, but I will step away right after I do the numbers. Nana Ape says we love Miss Casey. Her name's Melissa, by the way, guys. You can call her Melissa. Miss Casey. I'm sure she would probably rather be called by her name than Miss Casey. Give her a name. It's Melissa. Bird Eye says there's a guy who used to work for NATO talking about USA military bases around the world and the cost to keep them all running may have. Taco Bells and local stores, they fly food out. Okay, maybe I'm missing as to why you're saying that. Oh, they have huge costs. The Big Tramp says the catalyst is going to be England winning the World Cup. Look at the Big Tramp. The Big Tramp is over here. I don't know. That sounds like fighting words, Big Tramp. I mean, I don't really have a stake in it. I don't really care, but I think other people might disagree with you. Food Dog says Casey is a shipment from the J.P. Morgan boat. No, no, it's not. It's actually from Costco. And Mr. Mills says Casey's got a shipment of Coke coming in. Yeah, that's me. I've never even, believe it or not, guys, in my entire 46 years of life, I've never even seen anything beyond worse than marijuana. I've never ever encountered shrooms. I've never encountered coke. I've never encountered anything beyond marijuana, and that's it. Like I've never even seen it in real life. I wouldn't even know what it was I was looking at if I saw it. I mean, if I saw a white substance some of you guys maybe weren't here for when I told the story about my brother and a white baggie of powder. Uh, I would just assume that it was something other than um, cocaine or something. I don't know. Casey, I listen to you every day while at work. I might not catch every word, but I wanted to tell you that I appreciate what you're doing. You're a straight shooter, and that's what I need to hear. You're welcome, man. Roseanne says, Casey, I didn't know shares came in big boxes. No, Santa Claus comes in big boxes. Curtis says Costco sells cocaine. Yeah, they're called muffins or pies. I'm not sure which. Take your pick. Plague says Casey is sheltered. Man, I just I don't have any need for that in my life. I've never really sought it out. I don't like being out of control, and and I just don't like. I just have no desire whatsoever to be around that kind of stuff. And it's just like I stay away from it. Maybe Melissa prefers to be called Miss Casey. Casey. I think she likes. I think everybody likes being called by their name. Carrie Day says, Casey, keep it that way. Stay innocent. I just don't. I don't have any desire for it. It just doesn't. It doesn't seem exciting to me. I don't. I see what it does to people, and I go like, that's not something I want to be or a part of or anything to do with. I mean, it just doesn't seem like it's something that I want to be have my life evolve around, or I don't know. It just seems stupid to me. Why throw your life away on something dumb like that? There's so many other vices in this world to have that are can be constructive. Why waste it on something stupid like that? I don't know. Alan says, Casey, how did you get your wife to understand what AMC is about and how something? So I just took an interest in it, and would watch Trey. I mean, I'm trying to go back in history here, remembering like what I did, but I would say that I would just kind of pull up some Trey videos every once in a while she was sitting around, and she'd comment, she'd be like, "Is that guy on something?" And she's next thing I know, she's kind of hooked into watching it a little bit, and before too long, I don't know, Alan. I guess she just kind of took an interest after she saw that I had a big interest in it, I guess. Curtis says I was sheltered a bit too. There's nothing wrong with being sheltered. It's like not. It doesn't. I don't know. I wouldn't consider. I feel like sheltered is like a bad word or something. It's like no, it's a choice. Casey never felt a reason to escape. I guess that means he had a pretty good life. Is that what it is? Is it? It's an escape. I guess I just yeah. I guess I just don't choose to escape life. I'd rather face it head on. Dr. Zena says, well, you can snort pre-workout powder instead of. I just don't want to put anything in my nose. I just don't have any desire to snort anything. It doesn't sound comfortable. Curtis says we just had parents that cared. Maybe. I don't know. Hey, thanks, Sonny. I appreciate it. Not even a finger. What's a Mac and B says, not even a finger, Casey? I don't even know what that means. What does that mean, a finger? I have no idea what that means. Wait, hold on a second. I gotta look this up. What is a finger? Not even a finger. I'm sure that has something to do with cocaine or something, right? So, what is a finger in coke? A coke finger defines coke nails as one significantly longer nail. Oh, I know people who have those. Yeah, and they have them on the pinky too, which is used for scooping up powder cocaine and snorting it. No, never done that. Not even a finger. Now it's got me wondering though, because I know people who have that long nail on their pinky. I never even really uh, put two and two together. Highway Frog says Melissa knows that it's important for all of our futures and that you have something good to offer, and that's cool. Whew, I hope so. I hope not for our futures, but I hope that that's what she's thinking. You know, it was really funny. I was in a space call last night, and somebody was saying like, "I don't have anything to sell you guys," and then I said, "I do," and I said, and they're like, "Oh yeah, what's that?" And I said, "AMC," and they were like, "Well, how much are you selling it for?" I was like, I didn't, and I didn't, it didn't come out right. What I meant to say was, is I'm selling people on the idea of AMC, not that I wanted to sell my shares. I was like, no, I'm not selling. You got to go buy your own. It was really weird. It almost came out like I was saying I wanted to sell my shares. I was like, no, 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 that's not it at all. I'm saying I'm selling the idea of AMC. I'm not selling my shares. It was a weird, awkward moment where it didn't see McAfee's is like, Casey's selling. Yeah, no, not happening. But it came off weird in the space call though, because I was trying to joke, and he's like, nobody's here. He said nobody's here is trying to sell anybody on anything. I said I am. Dana says, here comes the FUD. Yeah, no kidding, right? No, I'm not selling. Not NOT. Wait. I gotta put it in big bold writing here. Not selling. All right, it's 9 o'clock, guys. Let's take a look at the numbers. Not selling. I'm gonna have to change the title. Let's see here. I'm gonna put it in the title here, just so nobody is misconstrued. I'm gonna put it in. I'm not selling. There. It's in the title now. Now there's no mistaking it. I'm not selling. Oh man. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. See what we got going on here. Remember, guys, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until until after. All right, I got to stop reading what it is you guys are writing because you're too funny. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. And I need to get through the numbers kind of fast, so I'm going to do a quick run through these numbers faster than usual because I got to get to a delivery that's coming here shortly for me. Give me 1 second here while I log into my broker, and we'll take a look at the numbers. If you don't have two-factor authentication, guys, on your account, you may want to consider getting it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account that you don't want in there. You know, once in a lifetime chance opportunity. You don't want to screw that up. And you know, so try out two-factor authentication, see if it can work for you. If it doesn't work for you, then you know, get rid of it. But when you try to set up your account, make sure you have a secondary phone number just in case something happens to your primary. Price prediction tally points yesterday. Everybody was good on their price prediction tally points. However, I think Keto was like 1 penny away from missing, but he made it. He got his point, so who cares, right? It was really really close though. So let's see. So let me give you, this is again, just price predictions is just based off of 4 individuals or 5 individuals who are trying to guess what they think the combined price of AMC and Ape is going to be. It's not meant to be financial advice. So we're just trying to stay sharp on price movement. So I've got 713 to 1013 today. Eric's got 760 to 1060. Keto's got 778 to 1078. And Einstein has 805 to 1105. Let's take a look at our numbers here and see what we have going on. See why potentially price is dropping. I think most of the reason why price has dropped a little bit is from some of those sell orders that we had on Thursday and Friday. And you're seeing the final settlements of some of those orders that went through. But let's take a look at what we got going on here. Short exempt volume, we had 285.3 thousand shares on AMC yesterday. Ape was 301.5 thousand. Utilization is on 100% for AMC. Day number 209 straight trading days of it. Ape is at 76.16%. You're going to be like, wait a minute, weren't we just at like 97%? I'll show you guys in a little bit here. We were at like 97% utilization, and now you're seeing Ape down to 76% utilization, a massive, massive drop, and a huge amount of return shares. That is extremely bullish, and I know it doesn't look like it in price, but I do think that was a big, big catalyst, I think, for us, and we'll be seeing that upwards price movement in the futures. AMC's day-over-day price increase was a decrease actually yesterday of 8.81%. Ape was down 4.44. Ape was really close to the rest of the market, whereas AMC had a little bit more downwards momentum. Max pain for the day today is still $8 for the week. Let's take a look at off exchange. Normally off exchange by this time of the day would be about 44%. EDGX would be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Let's see what we got going on here. 55.82 for AMC, and EDGX is at 13.33. Very elevated numbers. Total on that is 69. Nice. 0.15% of our volume going through those exchanges. That's elevated by as much as 15% compared to what we would normally see. CHX volume, nothing to note. On Ape, for the day so far, 74.17% volume going through off exchange. EDGX at 7.84. Grand total on that's 82.01% of our volume going through those exchanges, whereas we should be around 54. So we're 28% higher than we should be at this time in the morning. CHX volume, nothing special to note there. GME, CHX volume, nothing special to note. HYMC, CHX volume is kind of elevated for this time of the morning, but it's only 200 shares, but it is showing that that's 0.07% of the daily volume when it's normally for the day at 0.08%. So it's kind of a little bit of volume moving through CHX. Taking a look at institutional ownership, this morning was 140.185 million. That value is still the same. We'll take a look at Ortex here in a minute. Let's take a look at the options, see where we have the highest amount of volume this morning. Highest amount of volume in the options for calls is at a $7.50 strike. That's down 50 cents from yesterday. There is approximately 2.7 thousand contracts. On the puts, highest amount of volume is at a $7 strike. That's down 50 cents from yesterday. And there is currently 3,000 contracts. Give me 1 second. I'm going to move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently sitting at $8.09. We've kind of retraced quite a bit here from our last high. Let's take a close-up look at this. So some of our closer Fibonacci retracements that I have are kind of set up in this range here. So there's going to be some quick drops in between some of these, but there are some support lines. Our next support line is going to be about $8.03, and right now we're at 8.08. We are in a pretty steep decrease in value here, but let me just check and see if this is a descending parallel channel. No, maybe not. Hold on a second here. I would expect to see with price falling, and I would say volume is appearing to kind of rise. I would say that we should see a breakout, and this is kind of a steep decreasing wedge here that we've got a declined wedge. This should break out going north on this. We may bounce off this level of support down here around maybe $8.03, but for the most part, I would expect to see this start driving back up again. So far this morning, there's 2.81 million shares having been borrowed for AMC. That's going to have the effect of raising that short share interest of the free float to 20.58%. Cost to borrow min is at 0.82. Cost to borrow average at 29.47 and max at 34.43. So shares on loan for the day-to-day decreased day over day by 3.5 million shares. That was Ortex is estimating that about 1.135 million of that was in short interest that was closed. But here's your utilization for 209 straight trading days. Let's zoom in on it and take a look at the on loan amount that decreased. There's your sharp decrease in on loan amount day over day, going from 168.99 to 165.58. Short share interest of the free float dropping because of that from 20.62 to 20.4. And then you're seeing on loan average age per day dipping with this as well, which means that they closed out with those shares that they returned. They closed out older to medium to older positions, causing that to drop. And security lending volume spiking again for 2 days in a row now. Went from 35.16 million yesterday to 2 days ago to 38.84 million yesterday. So some pretty significant numbers here. One of the big ones that I kind of want to point out though is that on loan average age per day. When that starts dipping, when it finds a bottom and then rises 2 days in a row, I'm going to start a 15-day counter for a significant price increase coming. Taking a look at Ape for the day to day, it's showing 1.93 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day to day. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 7.92%. We currently have the cost per min at 7.94, average at 9.62, max at 10.49. Here's your utilization taking a massive dip because of the day over day, indigestion. Day over day amount of shares that were returned. Massive return of shares yesterday. 22.9 million shares, almost 23 million shares were returned. It went from 52.32 million shares on loan to 29.4 million shares on loan. Returning of short interest like that is extremely bullish. On loan average age per day rose, which means if you're returning a bunch of shares and your on loan average age per day rises, that means they're closing out really old positions. Really new positions. Really new positions, because the only way you could get that to rise is by closing out your newer to medium aged positions. It's very, very unusual to see this rising with the on-loan amount dipping, unless they're afraid of a price run incoming. And to return 22.9 million shares is pretty hefty. Estimated short share interest of the free float dropping from 9.95 to 7.73 in a single day. Security lending volume spiked massively yesterday. We went from a lot of positions changing hands. That means they're trying to reposition for a change and likely a change in direction of price movement. So yesterday it was, or Friday I should say, 9.12 million in security lending volume. Yesterday it was 34.52 million in security lending volume in a single day. That's somebody deciding that they are going to have to start changing the way that they're looking at their positions, and in a big way. Somebody knows something's coming, and they're afraid of it. Somebody who's short. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME. GME is on the list today. It's got a 74% buy to 26% sell ratio, looking very strong on its buy-sell ratio. AMC is also on the list with a very nice 61% to 39% buy-sell ratio. And I don't see Ape on the list though. Could be low volume. We knew that there's going to be low volume today on both AMC and Ape based off of pre-market volume. I'm actually kind of surprised to see AMC up there at all. SSR trips at $6.71 for AMC, Ape trips at 0.8561. Shares available to borrow, with the amount of shares that have been returned over the last few days, I would imagine are quite a few. So far this morning have been mostly returned shares. There looks like they did borrow another 50,000 right here. So far for the day today, we've seen about 600,000 shares borrowed, and fees are at 30.1%. 104.6 thousand contracts are out of the money in the calls versus 5.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 39.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 24.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 1.37. Dow Jones is down 0.42. S&P 500 is down 0.85. We currently have 4,152 decliners to 2,372 advancers. The market is still declining, but not enough for me to call it trashy yet. The U.S. dollar is up. Oil is currently up 3.99. Mortgage-backed securities are neutral to up 0.04%, and SPY is down 0.86. VIX is up 1.25, VTI is down 0.92, IWD is down 0.59, Tesla is down 3.17, Amazon is down 2.14, Cinemark is down 2.91, Doge is down 1.71, Bitcoin is breaking even and just under 17K a coin. GME is down 3.6, HYMC is down 5.77, HOOD is down 3.52, CS is down 6.59, NCMI is down 5.92, Ape is down 4.33, and AMC is down 3.76. I wouldn't say that we're doing much worse than any of the rest of the market at this point in time. Taking a look at AMC and Ape, on AMC we currently have, we currently have about $1.3 million more outflow than inflow for the day today, with 4.86 million shares traded after 45 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 42.12 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested no more than 10 to 30 million shares. I think we're on pace to hit that, no problem. On the 1 hour time interval, we have more. I'm going to go with more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 27.25, which is below average, or signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.87, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.61, signaling oversold. On Ape, there's approximately $300,000 on inflow, more inflow than outflow. 4.33 million shares traded so far on Ape. after 46 minutes trading puts us on a pace for 36.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 to 25 million. I think we'll hit that no problem. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.41, which is oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.68, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 33.14, which is below average after having signaled oversold most of the market open. Taking a look at Ichimoku. On the 1 hour time interval for Ape, we are well below the price point at where we would be breaking through a red cloud for the day today. I do expect a late day reversal in price movement. Lagging line is below price line conversion. I don't know what I was almost going to say, but it wasn't conversion. I think I almost said inversion or something. Conversion line is below baseline, and in order for price to move into a spot to where we would see some heavy outside buying pressure, would probably be about a $1.05, which is 14 cents away from where we're at currently. On a 4 hour chart, we've got conversion below base, lagging line is below price line, and in order for today to be a buy day, it's going to have to be over $1.46, and I just don't see that happening today, although we do have thinning portion of the cloud coming up for the rest of this week on Ape. On AMC, on the 1 hour time interval, lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. In order for this to become a buy going into tomorrow, we're going to need to see price above $8.45, which is really, really, really high. So there's not really a buy signal today on AMC. However, on a 4 hour chart, it does show here with lagging line below price line, conversion below base, price below the red cloud that you're seeing here. In order for price to show a buy signal, we're going to have to see something in the range of like $7.70 by the end of the day today. Of course, that's going to be 60 cents higher than where we're at right now. It's doable. If there is a late day run in price, we could see that happen. But it is a little bit of a stretch the way that it's looking currently. For those of you guys who didn't notice, earlier, I did mention that we triggered a synthetic price failure. We did break that 718 number down to 709. We did get also on the Bollinger Bands, we're not quite hitting the bottom side of the Bollinger Bands, which means that there's still a lot of volatility in here still. So we're not getting huge amounts of volatility, but we've had two different instances where we've had a TD9 print without seeing too much dramatic price movement back upwards. And we're getting our second one currently. So there should be a reversal at some point here. My guess is, if I was a guessing man, if you take a look at the puts and the amount of puts that are stacked up at $7, somebody probably wants the price under $7 so they can collect on those puts. I don't know, I don't know who has the positions that are open, but if you're this close, you're only 8 cents away, and you're able to close out positions, driving down the price just a few more cents to get those positions closed out, maybe even 15 cents below $7 would be possible before seeing a reversal. And I think with that, that's all I have to show. We still did not trigger an SPF on Ape. It's really, really close though. All right, I'm gonna have to take off here in just a few. I know the shipment's supposed to be here. It should probably already been here by now, but I'm gonna have to go here pretty soon. As soon as I see him pull up, I'm gonna have to take off. Down we go says, enjoy that cocaine shipment. Okay. Pam, good morning to you. Good to see you. You guys are crazy. I don't know. Casey's getting cocaine shipments. Oh my gosh. Not a chance. That is not how I operate. Is that a quote out of a movie, Mac and Bees? I feel like it is. Walk Hard was the name of the movie? I don't think I've seen it. I'm pretty sure I have not seen it before. So 54% so I said, was the price move on the market yesterday to price in next week's rate hike? 54% of you guys say yes, and 46% say no. So curious, out of those of you who said no, what do you think it was? Make sure you get the cocaine off your beard before you come back. Is that a thing? That just sounds so crazy to me. I just can't even imagine. I can't even. I don't know. I feel like I'm already crazy enough as it is. Like I can't even imagine like having to like take something to make me crazier. I can't even imagine what I would be like. Thick Flair's got a YouTube video posted. I'm afraid. Let's see what it's titled.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Oh man. Food Dog says no wonder Casey doesn't work. Wow. Thanks. You guys start spreading these kind of rumors, and they're gonna stick. They will stick, and people will start saying stuff. Which I know it's not true, but be careful. He gets it from a review dork. If you need an assistant, gee whiz, you guys are terrible. James, I can't give you financial advice, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't. I don't know what the futures look like that far out. It's impossible for me to say. But I can't say this though. Institutions do love to try and suck in all the money they possibly can. Um, this is part of the reason why I say that playing options on meme stocks is a bad choice. Unless you know you can win on what's been happening over the last year on these options, like 80% of the time, it's not even probably worth paying for. But I can't, you're gonna have to make your own choice on those because it would be completely not appropriate for me to try and advise you. Down we go says, does Casey need a drug intervention? We're here for you. I don't. All right, let me tell you guys a story. Back in the day when I was doing triathlons, pretty hardcore. I get upper respiratory infections pretty bad, and runners tend to get upper respiratory infections just because of the nature of the sport. But as a triathlete, and also because of my scoliosis, whenever I get an upper respiratory infection, I can't cough it out. So I would oftentimes go into the doctor to usually they would prescribe me a Z-Pack and albuterol, and that usually took care of that upper respiratory infection really, really quickly. Although I hadn't been in a really long time for an upper respiratory infection, and so I went in to go see my doctor, and he said to me, he goes, "Oh yeah, we'll give you a Z-Pak and the albuterol, not a problem." So he gives it to me, and as he was outside writing the prescription, before he came back in, I looked up albuterol because I hadn't been. It was I think one of the first times I hadn't had it prescribed to me very many times, and I'm a huge like I don't even like taking uh, like creatine. Like most people would take creatine when they were doing triathlons. I don't even like doing that. I won't do it. I just don't. I don't like adding crap. I have a hard enough time adding whey protein to my diet just to get faster recovery times and whatnot. But I just won't do things like even creatine. And so when he came back in, I had looked it up and I said, it says here that this is a steroid, this albuterol. I said, is that going to, because I didn't know anything about it. I said, I do triathlons, and is that going to, could I get drug tested for it? And would it show up as a some kind of enhancement? And he goes, oh no, 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 you'll be fine. This is prescribed all the time. And then he goes, are you worried about I'm trying to remember how he put it. He said, are you worried about um, your performance or something like that? Something effective. Are you worried about how you're performing, or with your triathlons? And I said, well, what do you mean? He goes, well, did you need a steroid? And it was the most awkward like moment ever for me, because I was like sitting there going like, my doctor literally just sat there and offered me a steroid if I wanted one. And I was like, no, I'm okay, thank you. I said I'll be just fine. And because I mean, I had never really experienced that before uh, in a sport. I've never had anybody offered me like some kind of enhancing drug for performance, and I was just like, I'm like, that's kind of weird. But yeah, I won't take it. I won't take it because I feel like it's cheating. I want to win the fair way. I want to win right. If I'm going to beat somebody, I don't want to know that I did it using some drug or something like that. Because if I'm going to beat them, I want to be able to say like I did it with hard work, not because I was cheating. I can't stand cheaters. I just can't. I can't stand them. I don't even like playing with people who cheat in games. Like if I'm playing a game with somebody and I catch them cheating, I just don't want to play anymore. It's just like, what's the point in me playing you? Like, do you have to cheat to win? Is that the deal? I don't know. How many kilos do you have behind you in the big tramp? James of Arizona says the EV sector is taking a hit. Everything's taking a hit right now, James. Foodog says, Savvy, we've been bad today. I expect Casey to put on the worst music. Nah, you guys are just teasing me. I know it. James, I'm glad you like it, man. We've got a pretty good group of people here. I don't have that doctor anymore, Meat Jacket. I was back in Arizona, so I don't have that doctor anymore. And it was funny because he actually, I don't remember what he went into, but he was the classic like ear, nose, throat doctor, and then he later decided that he was going to start getting into, I don't remember what it was. I would probably lie if all I remember him saying was he was specializing, and I don't remember what the specializing was in. But he said, there was not enough money to be made in being an ear, nose, throat doctor, so he just general practitioner. So he was going to specialize, and I can't remember what it was, but it was like I want to say it had something to do with um, like plastic surgery or something like that, where he knew could make money. And it doesn't, which makes a lot of sense. Here he is like offering me steroids. I'm sure that would have come at a price. Yeah, no kidding, Deborah. This is why I want to win this game so bad. I want to win this game so bad because I know they're cheating, and I want to see us. I want to see us beat these guys because they're cheating so bad that I want I want us to win this. I really, really, really want to see us just really tear him a new butthole. Sorry, but I really want to see us win this one big time. I feel like this is us paying them back for, our parents, for them screwing us over in 2008, 2001. All the stores that we love visiting, Toys R Us. They stole so many different memories and houses and just everything, and I want to get them back so bad. And it's like they're cheating, and we finally caught them cheating, and we know we caught them with their hands in the cookie jar, and I just want to just rip into them this time. Nah, he didn't go into sports medicine, Mr. Edie. That would have made you would think. But no, I think he was specializing in something, and I want to say it had something to do with like plastic surgery or something. I'm not sure exactly. James says, is it the synthetic shares you're referring to when you say cheating? There's so many different things, James. I mean, just look at what Citadel is getting currently sued for. There's so many different ways that they're cheating. It's not hypothecation of shares. It's more than that. There's so many different aspects to the game that they're using and cheating by that's how I want to catch them for everything it is that they're doing. Everything. It's not just that. It's more. It's much much more. Apex says we've already won. It's just a matter of time till we cash in. That's the way I look at it. Oh, Taylor, you have no idea. See, and you know what's? Oh, wait, wait. I'm getting a phone call. Hold on a second, guys. I got to answer this one. I hate that one. I hate that one so much. This stupid one keeps calling me up asking me if I'm old enough to collect on Social Security or some bullcrap like that. And it keeps calling me every single day, and I can't ever get through to somebody to say, take me off your list. Taylor, I am super, super pissed at this market. I've been trading in this market for a long, long time, and I knew there was some shady stuff going on, right? But I still felt like you could make money in the marketplace, and it didn't really bother me too much because I felt like I could make a decent amount of money trading in the market. So it didn't really bother me. But now that I see it for what it really, truly, and honestly is, from what all the things that we've learned over the last 2 years, I, I am beyond floored at like how much crap there is that's going on in this marketplace, and it's insane. And now we're watching, what happened with FTX happen, right? FTX, and it's just like their dirty little hands are in everything out there, and they're hurting people left and right everywhere you go. I want to do this. I want to screw over all these institutions who are screwing people over in cryptocurrencies. Why? Because those people didn't deserve to have. I mean, they were just trying to play a game of fake money, and the marketplace decided, oh, there's some easy low hanging fruit over there. We're gonna go double dip, and that just kind of pisses me off because they should be in regulated markets, not in unregulated markets, and they have no business in being over in cryptocurrencies. And I don't. If you own cryptocurrencies, I'm sorry if I called it playing your little game of pretend money, but that's kind of how I view it. I'm not trying to diss on you. Casey, you can block. The phone number changes every day, Deborah. Every day it changes. I can block. I can block until I go blue in the face, and it's not going to change anything. It changes every day. I know, Bird Eye. I know. Hey, thanks, Petro. I appreciate you guys. It takes a community to make a community, man. It's not just me, it's you guys. You guys make this place what it is. Yeah, I know how to block them, Deborah, but it doesn't do anything. They just call back with a different phone number every day. Scott says, "Are we in a regulated market?" Oh shoot, the truck's here. I can hear it pulling up right now. All right, guys, I got to take off here for just a little bit. As soon as I can, I'll get back on. I don't know how long it's going to take me, but I'll try to get back as fast as I possibly can. But I got to get to this delivery, and I'll be back in just a little bit. I'll leave you guys with some music here. Let me pull it up real fast. Let's see here. All right, music in 3, 2, 1. Here it comes. Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and sorry about that. It took a little bit longer than I thought it was going to take, but hold on a second. I may not be back yet. Give me 1 second. Bruno's just noticing that the people are leaving, so. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. I kind of missed the last hour. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts here for just a little bit as I log into my account. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Also, two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do set that up, make sure to have a secondary phone number attached, just in case something happens to your primary. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers here. Move a couple of screens around. This one, and this one. Alrighty, starting with off exchange, the data right here next to my head. So far for the day today, we have 51.21%. By this time in the morning, I would expect to see somewhere around like 49%, but I am doing the numbers about a half hour later than normal, so 51.21% is really close to normal. 51.21% going through off exchange EDGX at 11.14, which is right where I would expect to be between 11 and 12. So the combined total on that 62.35, it's just a little elevated, but that's, again, like I said, I'm a half hour late into this, so 60% is what I would expect to see, so I think that's pretty normal. Nothing to note out of CHX volume on Ape. Let's check the volume out on that one. Looks like we got 80.58% going through the off-exchange EDGX at 4.5% for a grand total 85.08% of our volume going through those exchanges. CHX volume is a little elevated this morning at 0.11. Normal 30-day average is 0.1. So it's just slightly elevated right now. 85.08% of our total volume going through off exchanges is really significant. It's massively significant. GME volume, CHX volume, nothing abnormal. CHX volume on HYMC, nothing abnormal. Taking a look at Vortex. An hour ago, there was 2.81 million shares having been returned on AMC. It's now 398,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of lowering the short-term interest a little bit from what it was earlier to 20.42%. Right now we have cost per hour min at 0.82, average at 29.24, max at 34.43. Shares on loan right now is at 165.58 million shares on loan. That is 3.5 million shares less on loan today than yesterday, with Ortex estimating about 1.135 million of that to be in closed short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was 1.93 million shares having been borrowed. It's 2.14 million now. It's going to have the effect of raising that short-term interest in the free float to 7.91%. We've got cost per hour minute 6.2, average at 9.11, and max at 10.49. Shares on loan dropping drastically day over day to 29.4 million shares on loan, which was a 22.9 million share drop day over day in short interest. Let's see here. Taking a look at options volume. Highest amount of volume earlier when we were looking at the numbers was at a $7.50 strike for calls. That's still the same case. It went from 2.7 thousand contracts to 6.8. On puts, highest amount of volume is at $6.50, which is down from $7. An hour ago at $7, we had 3,000 contracts. At 6.5, we have 12.9. And let's see here. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.95. We did break out of that descending wedge going down, which is very unusual. Did not expect to see that have happen. It was a little bit earlier than what I anticipated for a breakout, but it did head down. It is difficult to know which direction it's going to break on these. Price did come back down and test $7.95 once, twice, third time, and we're testing it right now a fourth time. We'll see if that turns into a bearish triangle. So using that fib retracement of 795 and this angle of resistance that we're seeing, we could see a breakout anytime here. And I would suspect that this is a bearish indicator, meaning we'd see some more downwards momentum. And we are going to go down with this market as the market goes down. It's just going to have to be something that people are going to have to realize that that's going to be the case until those margin calls come rolling in. Taking a look at AMC, Ape, and GME on orders by Fidelity customers. GME is on the list here with a 83% buy to 17% sell ratio, which is looking very strong. And AMC also has a very strong 67% buy to 33% sell ratio. And I have not, Ape was not been on the list yet today due to low volume. SSR tripping price is at $6.71. It has not tripped for AMC yet. Ape trips at 0.8561, has not tripped either. It does look like only shares have been returned so far. I counted these 50,000 shares earlier. It looks like since in the last hour and a half, we've only had return in shares. Fees are at 30.1%. NASDAQ is down 1.36, Dow Jones is down 0.63, and the S&P 500 is down 1.02. We have 4,383 decliners to 2,219 advancers. The market is declining. Not on fire yet, though. I haven't called it out. It's got to be less than 2,000 advancers, and it's just not quite there yet. As far as the dollar goes, it is down 0.23, which typically means that price of this market should be running up in value, but that's not necessarily the case. We'll take a look at that. Actually, SPY is down right now, 1.03 for the day-to-day. That is down. We are down to 395 on SPY. I said before the end of the week, I expect to see SPY at 375. Oil is showing down 0.73, and mortgage-backed securities are breaking even to up 0.19. VIX is up 4.72. VTI is down 1.12. IWD is down 0.85. Tesla is down 2.03. Amazon down 1.7. Cinemark down 3.36. Doge is down 1.23. Bitcoin is hovering right at 17K a coin and up 0.2%. GME is down 3.6. HYMC down 4.8. Hood is down 3.36. CS is down 2.3. NCMI is down 8.01. Ape is down 4.27. And AMC is down 5.87. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have roughly about $200,000 more inflow than outflow. Oh, wait, hold on, I'm looking at the SPY. That's my bad, sorry. Let me correct that. We have more outflow than inflow by about, let's call it $1.7 million more outflow than inflow. Volume is 11.95 million shares traded so far after, oh goodness, what are we at here? 129 minutes of trading so far, it looks like. Putting us on pace for 36.24 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That will continue to drop as the day moves forward. I suggested in pre-market that we'd see somewhere between 10 and 30 million, as it is a low volume looking day today. So I think we'll hit that 10 to 30 no problem. On the 1 hour time interval, we have Currently, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 26.17, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.22, which is signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.71, which is below average. On Ape, we currently have roughly about $500,000, almost $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 8.09 million shares traded for the day-to-day after 170 minutes of trading. Wait, is that right? That's not right. 130 minutes worth of trading. That puts us on pace for 24.27 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I said somewhere between 5 and 25 million. I do expect that to be the case. On a 1-hour time interval, there is more. It looks like equal amounts of buying and selling pressure to me. RSI at 28.07, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 28.1, which is signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.58, which is below average. It just dawned on me, like I just started thinking about the fact that somebody said he's talking faster when he came back. It just dawned on me why you would say something like that. It took me that long to figure it out. I don't know. It was running through my head this whole time. I'm sitting there going like, why did they say I'm talking faster? I didn't really feel like I was talking faster at all, but now I understand it. Pantheon says, don't talk dirty like that to us, Casey. Margin calls. Chris says the more volume, the lower the price. I don't think that's the case, Chris. Unless you're talking about because you saw some volume that occurred right here and the price moved downwards. But typically, volume doesn't signify lower price. Not always. It can, but not usually. Francis says Ape was on the list. Hold on a second here. Let me pull it back up and look again. Where is my list? Here it is. Did I miss it? It's happened. I've missed it on occasions. Yep, it sure is on the list. Ape is on the list with an 84% buy to 16% sell ratio. You're not wrong. I just missed it. Yeah, James says it can go both ways. This is true. Let's see here. So combined price right now of AMC and Ape is at 790. I had a prediction of 713 as a possibility on a worst case scenario, but there's only one person out of the four of us who didn't predict a low price of in this range. So I think most of us were expecting lower prices today. So I'm not sure what you guys were expecting, but out of the five of us who were picking numbers, price prediction on a daily basis, I think every single one of us went lower today than we did the previous day. Yucca Frida says, Casey, when they say Ape and AMC should be running together, are we waiting for AMC to catch up to Ape? No. Yukon says, let them try to get it to zero. It's going to hurt them more than it hurts us. This is all one big game of hot potato. It is. Bank of America going down hard. That was my list of American banks. That was on my list of number one to fail first. I had Bank of America first, J.P. Morgan second, and Wells Fargo third. Those were my three picks. But I have not seen any information on Bank of America. Hold on a second. Let me check it out and see what you're seeing. Bank of America is so, like, I don't know, man. I feel like Bank of America is so shady. Recession is expected in Q1 2023. Bank of America. Bank of America economists expect a recession to emerge in the beginning of 2023. Here's how to keep your finances on track. Bank of America Corporation's recent 4.3% pullback adds to one-year losses. Institutional owners may take drastic measures. Bank of America warns of labor collapse, stock sell-off in 2023. It is the latest market and economic forecast. Bank of America warned of a collapsing U.S. labor market and potential rise in unemployment. It is its latest market. This is like the worst writing ever. Who wrote this? Investopedia? Really? Daniel Clark published on Today. I think it was supposed to be in its latest market and economic forecast, but it says it is latest market and economic forecast. Bank of America warned of a collapsing U.S. labor market and a potential rise in unemployment next year. Strategists also recommended selling any stock market rally ahead of a likely surge in job losses. Bears, like us, worry unemployment in 2023 will be shocking to Main Street consumer sentiment as inflation in 2022, wrote Chief Investment Strategist Michael Hartnett, who also revealed that global equity funds were having their biggest weekly outflow in 3 months. Hartnett also said strategists recommend selling rallies from here and reiterated his preference for bond over stocks in the first half of the year. Global equity funds saw 14.1 billion of outflows in the latest week, led by exits from U.S. stocks, the biggest weekly outflow in 3 months. B of A strategists also said that 6.1 billion was being withdrawn from exchange-traded funds and 8.1 billion from mutual fund ETFs. So the exchange-traded fund was ETFs, and then that's the 6.1 and the 8.1 from mutual funds. Bank of America said its bull and bear indicator rose to 2 from 1.4 in the latest week, indicating that the buy signal for risk assets like stocks is almost over. The indicator stood at the highest since May 22 on more bullish bond inflows, credit technicals, and hedge fund positioning. And then 3 hours ago, you got Yahoo Finance saying, "Here's what makes Bank of America a strong investment avenue." Yeah, I'll pass. It's BOA. If you're looking for the ticker, I'm pretty sure it's BOA. James says, "Isn't labor collapse bull catalyst though?" So initially on the marketplace, I would say no. I mean, it's a step in the right direction where we're supposed to be going towards, but you can't have more purchasing power if you have less jobs. it's not it's not possible. Oh, is it BAC? My bad. Sorry, I couldn't remember. Thanks for the corrections. Yeah, so I don't think that any kind of job loss or job labor any kind of labor collapse would help at all in regards to the market. Yucca Frida says rigged. Whoa, Paul. Whoa. It's meant to get you frustrated though, Curtis. That's the whole reason why it does what it does. If you're feeling frustration right now, then they're doing their job. They're doing a damn good job of making you feel the pressure. Curtis says, "Nah, they're not. I buy more and it makes me feel better." Foo Dog says, "Pantheon rigged the big tramp." I don't even know what that. How do you rig the big tramp? The volatility on Ape has pretty much died down to nothing. Yep, UPS guy says why rule number one is so important. It absolutely is. It is that is quite honestly the number one rule why rule number one is so important because if you don't over leverage yourself and time is not a factor, then you're not hurt by this pressure. The pressure of price movement doesn't affect you because you don't care how long you have to hold it for. If you know you're on the winning side of the bet, it doesn't matter what price looks like. If they drag this out past tax return time, we will just buy the float again over. Chris, a lot of people used to ask me like, what happens if Ape gets down to under a buck, and I go, it makes it that much easier because it's only $125 per person to buy the entire float. So it makes it that much more difficult for them in order to continue the manipulation because they have more people who are buying into that kind of pressure of having price low. So it's really kind of it's a double-edged sword that they're walking on right now. And Yucca Free says they've choked Ape, and they absolutely have. And that's the whole reason behind the idea of choking out Ape right now is because they know that if it rips, they're in trouble. It is the only it's the saving grace to it's the kryptonite. Let's just call it that. It's the kryptonite to their short thesis, and they know that if the price starts running on that, they're absolutely toast. So they're focusing all of their attention on Ape on trying to keep that price down. You upgrade your internet for the new delivery of computers and software for the partnership. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, for the delivery that I got. No. You guys really want to know what it is? I'll tell you. I'll tell you. You guys aren't gonna believe me. Even if I told you what it is, and you just won't even believe that that's even a possibility. But I'll tell you what it is because I don't have no filters. I don't mind telling you guys. So you remember those? You remember the fridge problems that I had long ass time ago? Ever since we got back from our trip in June, I think it was June or July. So they never got fixed. Ever got fixed. I had everybody. So it was a GE fridge, right? Even the GE technicians came out and said there's no way this fridge will ever be repaired. There's nothing like they chalked it up to being a clogged line in the system, a clogged Freon line that there was no they would have to basically replace the entire Freon line system, and they said we're not doing that. We're just going to pay for a brand new fridge. So completely covered under warranty. They replaced the entire fridge and sent me a check under warranty, and so I bought a new fridge, and the fridge came in. So that's what the big delivery was. I know, I know, right, James? I didn't think you guys would believe me, but we still had problems long after the fact. I've been struggling with that thing for a long, long time. They tried replacing everything. I mean, they even went to as far as replacing the compressor and all that other good stuff, and still like the new compressor wouldn't work. Everything was just still just broken. Belarke says Casey new fridge equals Bush. Well, I didn't have to pay for it. That's a good thing. Well, actually, I kind of did have to pay for it. I think I'm trying to remember how much we paid. I think out of pocket, I think I may have spent like $100 in taxes. But the nice thing is I bought a Kenmore this time. I'm not doing GE again because that was a pain in the ass. Dude, I know, Curtis. Unfortunately, I had him haul away the other fridge because I tried calling around to sell the parts, and I couldn't get a hold of anybody who was willing to buy the parts. I was thinking about the same exact thing. I was going to do that. I couldn't find anybody who would take the parts from me, so I just let him haul the fridge away. I just didn't even since it was the haul away was free. I just was like, I don't want to deal with it because it was too much of a pain. I called everywhere trying to find out if somebody would take parts, and nobody wanted them. So GE is the fridge that I had, Yucca, and it sucked butt. And so this new one's a Kenmar, and one of the guys that I had out here to look at the fridge at one point, I asked him, and he was the GE specialist, and he said, you know what he told me? He said that it's the boards on these new fridges that are supposed to control the temperature on the fridges a little bit better. And he says that they run the compressors in such a way that they've seen more failures on these new fridges than they've ever seen on any other like older standard model that doesn't usually try to control temperature in the system, right? So here we are like trying to this is what kills me, guys. Every time we ever try to be green because we're trying to be energy efficient, what do we end up doing? We end up being more wasteful than we were originally because in order to be more green, and to be more efficient, you end up causing more damage to your parts, right? So now you have more parts and materials that are being just wasted because people they don't nobody wants to replace a whole fridge, or they don't want to replace the components inside the fridge. So they'd rather just scrap the whole fridge out and let you buy a brand new fridge than repair them. And so we're actually going through more materials wasted because of the technological age where we think we're saving on energy, but we're not. We're not saving on energy at all. We're actually being less efficient. We're being less efficient. Yeah, Christmas isn't canceled around here. Down we go. Luckily, it was all covered, so we're good. Yeah, I won't do a Samsung. I worked for them. I know. I won't buy Samsung. I won't buy LG. The guy that I talked to, one of the guys that worked on fridges that I talked to, told me Kenmore, Whirlpool, or Frigidaire. He said those were the. Because I asked him, I said, which fridges do you repair the least? I figured like if he's repairing a lot of Kenmore bought Whirlpool. Okay, well that works. Pantheon says embodied energy. People don't get the energy cost. None of the environment stuff now is about the environment. You're so right, Pantheon. It kills me. It drives me absolutely up the wall, Pantheon, when people are all like, we need to be green. And it's like, oh, let's compost. And like they throw their shit in the compost section of the thing. And then you watch the cleaning crew come through and they just dump all the bags into the same bag. And they walk off with it. And you go, everybody thinks that they're being you have no idea where your trash when you throw your recycles in the recycle bin, you have no idea where your trash actually goes. You don't watch the back end of where your trash goes. You don't know. You think it's getting recycled, but you don't really truly honestly know because you're not driving over there with the trash truck guy to see where he dumps it off at. It's just ridiculous. Like some of the stuff that we care about that really makes no difference whatsoever is insane. Absolutely insanity. And then we end up paying more for it. No, I agree. There's nothing wrong with being green, Pumpy, but if only if you're actually being green. That's why I'm saying it's so funny because everybody thinks that they're being green, but they're actually being more harmful. And one of the best case scenarios that I ever witnessed in life was the fact that we all moved from paper bags that we were using for bagging up our groceries, and we moved to plastic bags. What a farce that was. But we were being green because we were saving the trees though when we left the brown paper bags for plastic. Now look at us. Oh no no, don't do plastic. Do paper or some people are going back to paper. Some people are going to other materials that you end up just bringing back in. Cloth material or whatever. It's just kind of nutty. Francis says my son is going to see Avatar for his birthday, but not going to Odeon, which is AMC in the UK, because he wants to see it in 4D, annoying as he is going with a big group of friends. Uh, that's good, though, right? Oh, he's not going to Odeon because he wants to see it in 4D. I gotcha. So Odeon doesn't have 4D screens. They don't have the projectors for it, I guess. Uh, NC Proud Dad, I don't have any updates, but there is a link that I've posted to the top that you can click on to read about it. Brian says reusable cloth bags is the way. Scott says I do Kenmore on all kitchen appliances. Well, I'm leaning that direction. We'll see how this fridge works out. Hey, Mountaineer in Florida, you're preaching to the choir, man. I'm actually all for Island of Dr. Moreau. I'm all for recycling. I really am. But I'm only for it if it's really truly recycling. If you're just telling me that I need to do it because you just want to tell me what to do, and then you turn around and I compost and put everything and I separate everything, and then you just go take and you throw all this shit in the one bag and then toss it. Don't tell me what to do. Don't waste my time trying to recycle when you're just going to go sit there and mix it all up together anyways. It doesn't matter. Stop being dishonest about what it is that's truly happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't make me waste my time to do something that doesn't actually do anything. Griffin's mom says, "Where's the bottom of this red market? Is it the next slide down to the?" Griffin's mom, if you want to know where the next bottom of this market is, watch Bitcoin. I truly, honestly believe that you're going to see Bitcoin slide one more time, and that I think that will be the end of the collateral that can be held by institutions for their positions that they're holding. And I truly, honestly believe that 13 will be the end of that, at least for Bitcoin. Yeah, Bird Eye, you're again, you're all preaching to the choir, man. You know what we need to do? We need nuclear energy. That's truly the answer. But nobody wants to go there. Everybody's afraid of nuclear energy when it's not really that. People shouldn't be that afraid of it. But if we went nuclear energy, we wouldn't have a problem with energy problems, and we could move to all the EV cars everybody desires, and it wouldn't be as much of a problem. But nobody wants to go nuclear. So until we change our perception on nuclear power, we're going to be stuck trying to harvest through wind and solar, and it's not going to be enough. Mitch says, how do you prove they use Bitcoin as collateral? I don't think they use it as collateral. I think they draw money out of Bitcoin to use as collateral. How do I prove it? Because it's dropped from 60, because ever since the market started dropping, it dropped from 69,000 a coin down to where it's at right now at 17K. So you tell me, where if the market starts dropping and then Bitcoin starts dropping afterwards, shouldn't Bitcoin be a safe haven for a falling economy? Because in a normal situation, in a place where you have unregulated monies, in a situation like that, it should be a safe haven for money, not a pump and dump. So that's my proof. And I don't mean to sound like I'm like, I just get excited talking about it. I'm not trying to be like angry at you or nothing. But I mean, literally, I can't think of a better situation of proof the fact that it went from 69K a coin down to 17 when the market started failing. But I actually have more proof than that. There's actually algorithmic trading that's occurring on cryptocurrencies you can actually plot where the turning points are going to be. And it's all based off of the same algorithmic trading patterns that are used on securities. So if they're using the same algorithmic patterns to trade on cryptocurrencies as they're using to trade within securities, then that kind of tells you that how much they're wrapped up into crypto. They're wrapped up pretty heftily. Dude, he's been here like every morning. UPS delivery guy. He's in school. He's teaching school right now, so he's busy during school hours. But he's here in the chat early in the mornings and then later in the afternoons. Guys, it's 11:09. It's time to take a look at our numbers. I just noticed what time it was. Easter Beast says, "Nice. Never thought about it that way about Bitcoin." What's crazy to me, Easter Beast, is that while I knew there was a connection between Doge and AMC, I had no idea what the connection really was until FTX blew up, and then we saw what the connection was, and it was like, oh, that makes sense now. It was just, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention or not, and I've been trying to avoid talking about it. I really don't want to talk about it because I think it's there may be people who are holding cryptocurrency positions, and I think that it's ethically wrong for me to talk about something that I'm not invested in. especially if I have negative comments about it. So other than the fact that I think it's just crypto in general is just a pump and dump, that's all I'll say. But when you see some of the links that came out though from FTX, and when you start listening to some of the space calls and things that they're talking about, and you understand what those connections are after the fact, it starts to make a ton of a sense where you're looking at it, you're going like, oh, so that's why Doge was running every time AMC would run, like right after it had its run, and it starts making tons of sense to you, and you're like, ah, okay, I get it. It's starting to make a little bit of sense. I knew there was a connection. I just didn't know what it was. I've been reading to you guys Dogecoin for a long time. The connection that I thought it had was is that it was just a very heavily traded blue collar cryptocurrency. You've heard me say that a billion times probably before in the past. Why I told you guys that I was watching Dogecoin was because I always kind of viewed it as a blue collar cryptocurrency, and that perhaps maybe a lot of the money that was being moved around was coming from retail investors, and that's why there was a relationship to Doge and AMC. I was right, but I was right for the wrong reasons. And it was because there's leveraging. There was leveraging on Doge against AMC, and that's part of the reason why I won't talk about it. I don't. I don't think it's. I think it's ethically wrong to talk about. I've been really, really careful, guys. I've been going to a lot of different space calls, listening to the whole FTX story. You guys have probably seen me over there in some of those channels, and I'm not gonna be able to see what you guys are writing from here on out, and I don't probably because I don't want to see what it is that you're writing because I don't want to have to make comments on it. But I've been listening to a lot of what the FTX guys are experiencing and saying and I shouldn't say FTX, but a lot of the crypto channels, space calls, and on Twitter, and it's really kind of weird because they're experiencing a lot of the stuff. They're coming to aha moments that we came to a year and a half or more ago. So I think that's as much as I want to say about it. That's all I gotta say about that. All right, let's take a look at the numbers here. Remember, I can't see what it is you guys are writing so long as the big tramp's not showing up on the page. So hold those thoughts for me until afterwards. But let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, 50.87% for AMC and EDGX at 11.86. That's 62.73%. That's about what I would expect to see by this time of the day. So very normal amounts of off exchange volume and options volume going on today. Nothing unusual to report on CHX. On Ape, 79.97% through off exchange, EDGX at 4.3. Grand totals 84.27. That's about 22% higher than what I would expect to see on any normal day. CHX volume is a little elevated today, but not much. GME CHX volume is normal, and HYMC CHX volume is normal. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, there was 398,000 shares on AMC having been borrowed. It's now a return of 1.6 million shares. That's going to have the effect of reducing the estimated short share interest of the free float to 20.29%. Cost per hour min is at 0.82, average at 29.29, max at 39.08. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 165.58 million shares. Day over day, that is a decrease of 3.5 million shares. And Ortex is estimating that about 1.135 million of that is in closed short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 2.14 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.83 million. It's going to slightly lower that estimated short share interest to 7.91%. Cost per hour min is at 6.2, average 9.11, and max at 10.49. Day over day, a blistering 22.9 million shares was returned yesterday on shares on loan, leaving the amount of shares on loan right now to 29.4 million shares. I do believe that this signifies that somebody's getting ready to see price start ripping on this because they don't want to have short interest open on this when it does start moving up in price. I think this is beginning stages of seeing that happen. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume is at $7.50. An hour ago, there were 6.8 thousand contracts. It's now 8.8. On puts, highest amount of volume is at $6.50. Earlier, there was 12.9 thousand contracts. There's now 15.6. The market's indicating a closing price somewhere between $6.50 and $7.50 for AMC by the end of the day today. Taking a look at the combined price of the two, we are currently at $7.76 and dropping. I don't have a Fibonacci retracement. We did not hold support at 783. I'm not sure how much further down this is going to drop, but the combined price that I had for price prediction for the day-to-day low would be 713. So, but it is taking quite a bit of a dump right now. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME were all on the list an hour ago. GME is still on the list with an amazing 83% buy to 17% sell ratio. AMC has a 68% buy to 32% sell ratio, and Ape has a 85% buy to 15% sell ratio. So looking very strong on all three of those as price is moving downwards. The buying is happening. And SSR trigger price for AMC is at 6.71. Trigger point for SSR for Ape is at 0.8561. Shares available to borrow doesn't seem to have changed any in the last hour. And fees are down to 26.6% now. NASDAQ is down 1.81, Dow Jones is down 1%, S&P 500 is down 1.38. We currently have 4,517 decliners to 2,110 advancers. Fantasy stocks is going to be interesting this week. Let's see. The U.S. dollar is up 0.04%. Oil is down 1.45, and the SPY is down 1.37 to 394. I did say by the end of this week we might see 375 on SPY. Mortgage-backed securities are showing up right now anywhere between 0.11 and 0.16. 375 seems pretty aggressive for the SPY by the end of the week. It's going to be a rough week if that's the case. Looking at the VIX, we're currently showing the VIX up 4.43. VTI is down 1.41. IWD is down 1.16. Tesla is down 2.33. Amazon is down 2.43. Cinemark down 3.93. Doge is down 2.68. Bitcoin is down 0.1. Underneath 17K a coin. GME is down 4.94. HYMC is down 5.23. Hood down 2.74. CS down 3.14, NCMI down 6.15, Ape down 5.15, and AMC down 8.26, and getting ever so closer to tripping SSR at $6.70. I would suspect that we will see price rising once that does happen. If it hits 670, we should see price rise afterwards. Let's see here. Taking a look at buy sell inflow versus outflow ratios. We've got what is this? $1.7 million more outflow than inflow. After 169 minutes of trading, AMC is on a pace for 33.48 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I said 10 to 30 million. It's actually kind of picking up volume a little bit. I tend to think that we'll still probably be within that 10 to 30 million, though. On the 1 hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 23.47, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 22.64, which is signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 25.56, signaling oversold. On Ape, there's currently $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 9.48 million shares traded so far after 170 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 21.74 million shares by the end of the day today. I suggested 5 to 25 million, so I think we're on pace for that. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.09, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.92, which is signaling oversold. And a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.71, which is signaling, or that's below average. Something I didn't read earlier to you guys. Pantheon says the economy's so bad, Citadel laid off 15 congressmen. Oh man. Bernadette says, I think you are the Institute. Let's see here. I was going to read this article to you guys earlier, and I hadn't had a chance yet to. This is something printed on November 30th. The article here is I don't even know. It's a press release, not really an article, but a press release by the DTCC saying shares findings from its pilot with the Digital Dollar Project identifying requirements for supporting a U.S. CBDC and securities settlement. New York, London, Hong Kong, Singapore, Sydney, November 30th, 2022. This is, I believe, the link that I've got listed up top. Maybe not. Hold on, what do I have up top? I don't have that up top. I'm going to post this one to the up top part now. Gorilla Gardner says, how did you get so good at knowing what the numbers mean and knowing what the market reaction will be? I know you don't read. I do read. I just don't like reading. I always say I don't read, but I do. I just hate it. I don't like it reading. I just don't like reading. But um, I would just say time. I really think that the more time you spend with it, the more often you see the same things happening over and over and over again, and it just becomes kind of like, I mean, if you it, mm, I think part of it, I think part of maybe seeing like signals or pattern signals in trades in regards to where price movement may be happening, or where some kind of pattern recognition with the way the price movement's happening. I would suggest some of that may come from some of the background of my work, but I mean, I don't know. I really don't feel like I'm that great at it. So I mean, if I appreciate the compliment, but I mean, I feel like there's a lot of other people out there who are better at it than I am. So thank you, I guess. Let's see here. I'm going to read this article to you guys. Well, the cost to borrow is going down right now, Ketten, because they're reducing how many shares that they have on loan. So that cost to borrow number is always going to go down when that happens, especially when you have larger amounts of volume like we just had. What was it, last week? So you have volume increasing and the amount of shares that are on loan decreasing. Both of those two things are going to cause. Oh, no, you said cost to borrow, not DC. I'm sorry, I got what you said backwards. You got cost to borrow. Cost to borrow is going down because shares are being returned. As shares are returned, that means that there's more supply, less demand if they're not being taken back up quickly, which is why that cost to borrow is going down. I was thinking DTC in my head when I said cost to borrow. I don't know why. Tired, I guess. Mr. Mills says, Casey, you used to think that this drop is because of rate hikes still. I do. I actually really do think that. All right, let's take a look at this article, guys. I'm just going to say the DTCC because I don't feel like reading this out every time. But the DTCC, the premier post-trade market infrastructure for global finance service industry, today published its latest white paper exploring post-trade security settlement with a U.S. central bank digital currency. In collaboration with the Digital Dollar Project (DDP), and support from Accenture. The paper outlines key findings from the pilot, formerly known as Project Lithium, the first private sector initiative to explore how tokenized securities and wholesale central bank digital currency could operate within the U.S. settlement infrastructure, leveraging distributed ledger technology (DLT). The pilot included participation from leading market participant firms including Bank of America, Citi, Nomura, Northern Trust, State Street, Virtue Financial, and Wells Fargo. I'm surprised to see that JP Morgan wasn't listed in there. Quote, as a potential digital alternative to cash, a U.S. CBDC should be carefully explored in consultation with key stakeholders across public and private sectors. DTCC's pilot with the DDP assesses the use of simulated CBDC and DLT for DVP settlements in the U.S. wholesale markets through direct engagement with market participants. Holy crap, that's difficult to read out. DDP, DVP, CBDC, DTCC, I can't do it. I need some water. This is not gonna work. What do I got in this cup here? No, nothing. Ugh. I gotta reread that whole sentence because it doesn't even make any sense now. Jim, it's because of the way that they're able to manipulate the market in order to keep the price down. Price is simply just it's a figment of imagination, the price. It really has nothing to do with where price really should be. Thanks over here spelling out respect. You gotta stop focusing on price so much, Jim, because it's just simply, it's a manipulated object. I guess I don't know if I want to call it. It's a manipulated function of uh, manipulation to the marketplace. And so everything that is that you're seeing ends up coming at a cost, and the cost is usually explosive price in the future. So think of it like Jim, think of it like as a spring, right? And so the more that you see price artificially going down with lots of buying pressure going in, that's more of a spring being compressed. At some point, if people fold, that spring never takes off. If people hold, then that spring eventually is going to unwind. And when it does unwind, it's going to be massive, right? You're going to see all that price discovery happening in a very short period of time. So you really have to kind of get that whole idea of, I don't understand why price is what it is out of your head, because price has nothing to do with what really is the value. The real value of this company is obviously way higher. but price is simply manipulated in a way to try and encourage you to do something. Let me restart this sentence over again here. As a potential digital alternative to cash, a U.S. CBDC should be carefully explored in consultation with key stakeholders across the public and private sectors. DTCC's pilot with the DTP assessed the use of simulated CBDC and DLT for DVP settlements in the U.S. wholesale markets through direct engagement with market participants, stated Jennifer Peeve, DTC Managing Director, Head of Strategy and Business Development. The results of the pilot can help inform market participants and U.S. policymakers about the many requirements related to the new technology and currency paradigm. Excuse me. DTCC's pilot leveraged DLT with the goal of demonstrating success in settling tokenized securities on DTCC's Digital Settlement Network, or DSN, prototype against tokenized dollars on a simulated CBDC network provided by Accenture. Pilot participants provide feedback on the DDP and DTCC pilot through a series of workshops. The design included an architecture that connected two distinct asset networks to enable secure, resilient, and efficient security settlement leveraging CBDCs. The pilot also assessed network governance, creating mechanisms for a network administrator to resolve transactional issues while otherwise remaining in observation mode, ensuring that assets were settled on both networks, minimizing communication dependencies between parties, and eliminating counterparty risk at the time of settlement. Key findings from the white paper include CBDC design. Multilateral settlement and asset encumbrance mechanisms are core functional requirements for post-trade settlement. Broader access to digital Federal Reserve payment system could present new opportunities with the settlement bank model and drive innovative in traditional industry responsibilities. Network connectivity and design. When settlements of securities and cash occur on separate and distinct networks, orchestration between the networks is required to ensure settlement. The pilot's orchestration model between the two distinct networks reduced counterparty risk at the time of settlement and provided settlement guarantees. Moving forward, this approach may provide a governance model for future implementations. Business implications for settlement and reporting process. Based on the pilot results and feedback from industry participants, the CBDC network offers the potential to achieve operational efficiencies and enhance transparency and reporting capabilities. Opportunities for future exploration. The white paper outlines opportunities for future exploration, including industry adoption rates and implementation costs. These areas should be further evaluated to help key stakeholders better understand the impact that would be introduced of CBDCs may have on settlement. The findings from this pilot serve as a crucial information to inform worldwide CBDC developments and conversations that are rapidly increasing across sectors, said Jennifer Lassiter. She's the executive director of the Digital Dollar Project. DDP thanks DTCC for their leadership on this pilot and the participants for their thoughtful engagement throughout the effort. Understanding this impact of CBDC technology on this critical aspect of financial market infrastructure is imperative to the evolution of the U.S. markets and will inform further CBDC research and experimentation globally. Accenture is pleased to have supported DTCC and DDP in their efforts to explore the value of digital currency and tokenization in the evolution of our capital markets, said David Treat, Senior Managing Director and Global Metaverse Co-Lead and Accenture. DTCC's experience, leadership, and innovation paired with the DDP's diverse community of experts and stakeholders is a powerful combination that will help shape the impact that digital currency will have on the transformation of financial infrastructure. There's only two sections left here. About DTCC. With over 45 years of experience, DTCC is the premier post-trade market infrastructure for the global financial service industry. From 21 locations around the world, DTCC thought its subsidiaries automates, centralizes, and standardizes the process of financial transaction, mitigating risk, increasing transparency, and driving efficiency for thousands of broker-dealers, custodian banks, and asset managers. That was broker-dealers, custodian banks, and asset managers. Industry owned and governed, the firm simplifies the complexities of clearing, settlement, asset servicing, data management, data reporting, and information services across asset classes, bringing increased security and soundness to financial markets. In 2021, DTCC subsidiaries processed securities transactions valued at nearly 2.4 quadrillion. Its depository provides custody and asset servicing for securities issues from 177 countries and territories valued at 87.1 trillion. DTCC's global trade repository service, through locally registered, licensed, or approved trade repositories, processes 16 billion messages annually. To learn more, and then they want you to go visit their LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all that kind of crap. About the Digital Dollar Project, a nonprofit organization. The Digital Dollar Project was created to encourage research and public discussion on the potential advantages and challenges of a U.S. CBDC, or a digital dollar. DDP will identify options for a CBDC solution to help enhance monetary policy effectiveness and financial stability, provide needed scalability, security, and individual privacy in retail, wholesale, and international payments, and integrate with existing financial infrastructures, including U.S. Federal Reserve related projects. That's something I'm going to have to look into. I'm going to have to look into DDP, which is the Digital Dollar Project. I don't know that I've looked a whole lot into DDP. In fact, this might even, I know I've heard it before somewhere, but I don't remember where it was that I heard about it. Oh, Scott Stephenson said, now Casey, stand on one leg, arms out, and touch your nose. Dude, I don't know if I could. I feel like I've lost too much oxygen. That was one hell of a read. Jim says, remember, the WEF considers most of us useless eaters and also had a report that starvation is a great motivator for workers. Wow, that sounds encouraging. Ketten, look at it from the broader market perspective, right? Like, I understand that you're saying it feels like the manipulation is becoming bigger and bigger, but what it really is, it's the same manipulation in a broader failing market. No, Ken, I cannot read all that again. I won't. Jim says you will get your CBDC that is only valid for buying cricket protein blocks you pick up for supper as you go home to get welded shut into your living box. Hey Jim, I gotta ask you because you put supper in there, and I don't. I feel like that's more like an East Coast thing to say supper. If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to say, but are you East Coast? Because I'm just kind of curious. I don't hear supper very often anymore. Maybe it's a South thing. I don't know. I feel like I just don't hear the word supper. Maybe you're across the ocean. You could be across the ocean, I guess, too. Belle Biv DeVoe says definitely a New England term. But if you don't want to say Jim, you don't have to. I totally would understand. Casey, I still need lyrics for that guitar I sent you. Oh man, I did not do anything musically this weekend, Yukon. I need to go back and re-listen to some stuff. I've got a lot of stuff to cover. I didn't I took more time off this weekend than I normally do, so Do I think so? Fundamentals mean nothing. Yeah, well, they do mean something. We really want fundamentals to be better on AMC, but we're not going to get there until we can see that explosion in price on Ape, and then Adamir can sell some of the shares to reduce the amount of debt that he has on the books to make the company profitable and make those fundamentals look good. So fundamentals do mean something, but in this particular case, I would say that in squeeze, and I think you can look at GME as a case. The fundamentals, even to this day, are still terrible on GME, and yet the price is still sitting at over, even after a 4-to-1 split at 24.30 a share. Cost of borrow is going down because they're returning shares, Kale. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's some important questions in here. Hold on a second. Midwest Minnesota, we say supper is more of a joke. Ah, okay. Huh. Casey, is this week pivotal for the future moves of Ape and AMC? Um, I mean, I wouldn't have put that as a title yesterday if I didn't think that was the case. And I would say yes. And the fact that we're not moving up in price this week does kind of put a little bit of a dampening in what we'll see for the future. But I'm not worried about it though. Oscar says, "What's happening with AMC? Did I miss something?" Nope, you didn't miss anything, man. It's just the typical market sucks right now and everything's tanking. And I would suggest that once we see 670, we'll probably see a bounce off of it. And we'll get that late aftermarket or late in the afternoon market run up. Jim says, lunch is dinner and dinner is supper from where I come from. Huh. That's very, very interesting. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate that. I like learning new things like that. Deborah's saying word on the street is we may be looking at so volatility is always going to get really, really, really big just before a big market move down. Range Raider says supper is a Bible Belt term. Yeah, I feel like that might be the case, Food Dog. Or I mean Range Rider. John says AMC CHX just had a bump. Let me check it out here. There she blows. There she blows. It's pretty massive. Grandpa Barney, I can't give any kind of advice like that. Watch us. My guess is that you're going to see a lot of volatility start happening, and you're probably going to see price run down to 670 and then just start exploding after that. Look at the title for the day today. Klake. Hopefully, I'm saying your name wrong. I apologize. I'm really bad with names. Kalik? It looks like maybe Kalik. I'm going to go with Kalik. But The title for the day, I think, is part of the reason why. Ooh, Blake says Adam is coming to Houston, Casey. I know. I told my wife about it, and she didn't sound like she was all super excited about going out to Houston. Um, do you know what the date is on that, Blake? Because maybe I'll look at maybe making like a. It depends on what the date is. Yeah, I try to I try to say everything that I say for a reason, Grandpa Barney. So like in the morning, I kind of gave like an outlook of that we might see price run down, and then at some point in the later half of today, we might see price running up. So, but I can't really be any more specific. It's the 22nd. I'm not gonna make it. There's no way I'll be able to make that. My mom's gonna be in town though. That's why I probably won't be able to make it because she's gonna be in town. My wife's gonna be off. It's gonna be family time. It'd be awesome if it was like the beginning half of January. I suspect, guys, that we're probably going to see one more push down to try and get to that 670 before this downtrend is over. So watch for that one last push for 670. Yeah, well, we you guys are, but I'm talking about blood family. They take precedence over everybody else. Hey, I love you too, Grandpa Barney. No FOMO. Yeah, what Ketten said, I believe to be true. Yeah, I love you guys too. Something my son taught me about, and I had actually never heard of this before. It's a brand new term to me, but they call it parasocial relationships. I think that's what he called it. Was a parasocial. Let me type that in and see if that's what it is. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, parasocial relationships. Never heard the term my whole life. Parasocial relationships are one sided relationships where one person extends emotional energy, interest, and time, and the other party, the persona, is completely unaware of the other's existence. Parasocial relationships are most common with celebrities, organizations such as sport teams or television stars. Now, in our particular case, I think there's a little something different going on here. Parasitic. Oh, that's terrible. In our situation, there's a little something different going on here because I do know who you guys are, and I hear you, and I get to see your stories, and we talk on Fridays, and there is a relationship that's happening between us that's different than say like a movie star or TV personality type or whatever, but there is a type of relationship here where I haven't met you in person, and we've never had a chance to really hang out together or anything like that. And so you got to remember that the very first time, like when we do meet, because I do expect that in the future we'll have opportunities to meet. When we do meet, expect me to be different than what you thought. Totally expect me to be completely different than what it is you pictured in your head, because that's how it is for every single other person out there that you've never really truly met before. Maybe you build this like certain idea of who that person is, and it's only because I get to, we're not having like that real life connection. But just know I love you guys. I really do. I love you guys. I think you guys are awesome. And Mitch says it's because you're gonna be clean shaven. I do love you guys a lot, but my family will always be my family first. So I gotta tell you guys that I can't put anybody else ahead of my family. I had never heard of that term parasocial uh, relationship before. It was completely brand new to me when my son told me about it. I was like, huh, what an interesting concept. Yucca says, Casey, when you meet me, expect the unexpected. Oh, okay. MC Prosperity, I hold for you. Money for nothing, the chicks for free. I played that song a long, long time ago. Art Yale says this looks very similar to the last year this time. They know retail holds 80% plus and inflation is running wild. Christmas buying and shopping is a pressure that some people will be forced to fold to. Hey, Manjit, welcome. Congratulations on your 10th share there. No thick flare. that's that's just. You know what? I'll tell you what, thick. You know those like have you ever walked into a steam room or a sauna and there's just a bunch of naked dudes in there? I don't know if it's just me, but I can't do that. Like, I just can't. Like, there's something wrong with me. I just can't do it. I just don't like that. I'm sorry, but I just don't want to sit in a room full of naked dudes. And it is. I don't know if it's like. Maybe it's just me being weird or something. But I've done that before. I've like gone to like maybe like a gym that I've never been to before, and so I got my towel on. I walk into the sauna, and it's like a bunch of naked dudes in there. I'm like, and it's the worst thing ever because it's like that if you immediately turn back around and walk back out, they probably think less of you or something, right? But I do it anyways. I don't care. It's like I'm not sitting down in here. I, because I got my towel on, and it's like I'm not doing this whole naked dude stuff in a in a sauna. So I kind of like look in there, and as I walk in, I go like, oh, seems a little full in here, and then I just walk back out. But yeah, I'd rather just go sit in the sauna by myself. I'll tell you what else. I'm going to tell you guys something more embarrassing. MV says that's perfectly normal. Thank goodness. I thought it was just me. I'll tell you what else is really uncomfortable for me. Uh, Another uncomfortable thing for me is stadium urinals. And women, I hate to say this, because you're probably you're probably going like, I don't want to hear this. But when they have a trough, right, and it's like there's no stalls, and like you just walk up to the trough, I'm always the dude who like I before I walked in there, like it may be like a new stadium I've never been into before, so I don't know what I'm getting into, right? So I've had maybe like 2 or 3 beers, the dam's getting ready to break. I walk into the bathroom and I see the trough. I go walk up to it, unzip, and then I'm sitting there going like shy. I'm like I get stage fright. There's there's nothing worse than getting stage fright when you walk up to the trough and you gotta piss. So and there's like you're like shoulder to shoulder with people and you're just like, oh my god, this is not the trough, not the trough. Easter Beast says troughs are disgusting. I know I can't stand those Easter Beasts. I'm so glad I'm not the only one. I cannot stand those troughs. Like I'm just like, dude, can we have like just a little bit of privacy? I really just yeah, shy bladder. See, I knew the women wouldn't like this. Savvy says TMI, but it is the worst thing ever, Savvy. Imagine for women, imagine having I can't even imagine. They would never ever do that to women. Ever. I can't imagine they would ever do that to women. Women would they would have too much of a problem with that, I'm sure. Nana says in older bars they used to have a trough, so men did have to walk into the men's room. Ah, it's not all gone yet, Anthony. Oh man, I hate those troughs. The more I think about it, the more I hate them. Grandpa Barney I don't think it has anything to do with that at all. It's more or less I just don't want to pee in front of other people. I just don't want to, you know? I don't know. Oh, I have never seen that happen before, Roadster Guy, but that would be so awkward if they were standing like a foot away. Oh, how awkward that would be. I've never seen that happen. I'm so glad I haven't experienced that. The splashback would be terrible. If I saw if I saw him standing a foot away, I'd be like, yeah, I'm not standing over there. A water closet. Ariel says I was in a closet in England in the 70s, and they didn't even have walls for the toilets. The trough is much better than having to wait in a longer line to pee. Well, you know what, Billy? If I really had that much of a problem with it, I probably would just wait in the lines to go into one of the stalls. But obviously, I don't care enough to. I obviously don't care that much because I still end up using it, and I don't go into the stalls. So we got 3 more minutes censored content. I gotta have something to fill the time. Oh no, no, thick, too far. Tech We Love says I have to close my eyes. Oh my God. I've never tried that Tech We Love, but I feel like what if you no, I have an even better one. So do you guys remember when I just recently went to oh man, Rotfest in New Braunfels? When I went to that, they had the troughs there. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure they had the troughs. Maybe they weren't troughs. I don't remember, but I feel like they had troughs there. And and so I walked in and there was two guys like I want to say German yelling at each other. And I don't really know how to explain it other than the fact that they were just saying a bunch of words in German and then laughing that big hearty laugh, like they were making fun of people or something, right? And so like that made it really uncomfortable. So I like made sure that I didn't stand anywhere near those guys. Manjit definitely looks like we're going red, but give it a chance though. I think we might see a little bit of a change later on in the week. Easter Beast, I would never. All right, let's take a look at the numbers, guys. We're really close to time, and I know everyone wants to get off the trough topic anyways, so I hate those troughs. Those troughs are the worst. I think the only thing that's worse than those trough, when I was in high school, they used to have nobody ever used them, but they used to have the showers, and it was one pole that had like 6 sprinkler heads in a circle around the pole at the top. And so like, it was like basically like it was like a group of 6 people could shower per poll, and it was like the most. Nobody. I don't think anybody ever used those. Nobody ever used them. All right, it's 12 o'clock, guys. Let's take a look at the numbers here. When I was in high school, nobody ever used those things. Oh, porta potties are so nasty. I don't know how you women do porta potties. I really don't. Like, I feel so bad for women in porta potties, like, 'cause it's just so nasty, so gross. I feel bad for my wife. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page. I'm not gonna be able to see what you guys are writing. Miss Tahiti says, I don't outside and napkins. Thanks for the honesty there, Miss Tahiti. I appreciate it. You guys, I'm glad that I can say these things to you guys and not feel like you're judging me too much. Because, brutally honest, I don't really care. I mean, you guys judge me how you want to. It doesn't matter. I know who I am. It doesn't really affect me much. I know I'm petty on some things and other things just don't matter. All right, let's take a look at these numbers here. Let's see what we got going on. Man, we're gonna have some people who do not get price prediction tally points for the day today if price doesn't start rising up here. As it stands right now, Einstein's out of a point, uh, Keto is out of a point, and Eric is about 8 cents away from being out of a point. So it's really, really close. We'll see what ends up happening here, but oof, rough. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Taking a look at off exchange first. Off exchange for AMC currently at 49.33. EDGX at 11%. Combined total between the two is 60.33%. Usually by this time of the day, what are we at? 12:02. I would expect around like 62% by this time of the day, maybe 63. So it's a little bit low right now. But big but here, guys. Big but. Baby got back. CHX volume is massively high right now. We had 794,591 shares go through CHX on AMC. That is 4.76% of the total daily volume. So if you wonder where the rest of the volume was that normally would have traded through off exchanges, it went through CHX instead, which usually is an indication that somebody is closing out positions as fast as they possibly can, because we have seen some massive amounts of closed out positions occurring. I think we're getting really, really, really close to a big push, and I think they're trying to close out as many positions as they possibly can before that happens. So I think that's kind of what we're seeing right here. And for everybody who's not here watching, they're probably suffering. But I'm here to tell you guys that this is the kind of bullish stuff that happens right before a big price run when you see this much closed positions occurring. On Ape, off exchange currently being reported at 78.24%. EDGX is at 4.82 for a grand total of 83.06% of our volume going through those exchanges. That is extremely high for this time of the day. It's probably about 20% higher than it should be. CHX volume, nothing unusual to report though. On GME, CHX volume is normal, and HYMC CHX volume is normal. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, there was a return of 1.6 million shares on AMC. It's now only a return of 795,000 shares. That's going to drive up that short share interest of the free float to 20.24%. Cost to borrow min is at 0.82, average at 28.78, max at 39.08. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 165.58 million shares on loan. That is 3.5 million shares less on loan today than yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 1.135 million of that to be in closed short interest, which is bullish. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 1.83 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 602,000. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float to 7.73%. Cost to borrow min is at 6.2, average 9.11, and max at 10.49. Shares on loan for the day-to-day dropped an amazing 22.9 million shares returned day over day on Ape. That is a huge amount of shares that have been returned, leaving the total amount of shares on loan at 29.4 million shares. That is all short interest. That's nearly half of all of our short interest on Ape was closed out in a single day. That's some kind of bullish that I can't even describe. That's a lot of bull. Somebody's getting ready for a price run. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call options is now at a $7 strike price. An hour ago it was 7.5 with 8.8 thousand contracts. At 7, there's now currently 17.7 thousand contracts. On puts at a $6.50 strike, an hour ago there was 15.6 thousand contracts. There's now 19.1. So they're literally no, that's not right. I was gonna say they're literally buying in the money puts, but those aren't in the money just yet. 6.5 puts are still just out of the money. Taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape, it's currently at $7.63. It looks to me like we're on a descending parallel channel, which should be bullish when it moves upwards in price. So let's watch for that. We've got 3 touch on the bottom side and 3 touches on the top side. When this does break through, my guess is it'll be when AMC probably triggers SSR. Then we'll probably see price start shooting back up again. My fridge just started making noises. I think it's making ice. It's the first time I've heard my new fridge make ice. It's pretty loud. Let's see here. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME have all been on the top 30 list of most heavily traded stocks. According to Fidelity, with GME, whoa, I skipped way fast on that. GME showing up here with an 85% buy to 15% sell ratio. AMC has a 71% buy to 29% buy sell ratio, and Ape has an 86% to 14% buy sell ratio. So buy sell ratios and the amount of volume that's occurring through those stocks are doing just fine. We're doing what it is that we say we're going to do. SSR triggered for AMC at 671. It's showing on right now. Available amount of shares to borrow. Nothing has changed since earlier this morning. Fees are down to 26.6%. NASDAQ is down 1.97, Dow Jones down 1.14, S&P 500 down 1.58. We have 4,760 decliners to 1,907 advancers. The market is on fire and hot lava. Watch out for the heaping piles of poo. because this is some nastiness. Don't touch the floor, it's hot lava. DXY, the US dollar is currently showing up 0.13%. Oil is currently down 2.69. SPY is down 1.57. Mortgage-backed securities are down, or up rather, 0.03 and 0.16. VIX is up 6.17% at 22. VTI is down 1.61. IWD down 1.44. Tesla's down 2.54. Amazon down 2.46. Cinemark down 4.83. Doge down 2.65. Bitcoin is down 0.14. GME is down 5.79. HYMC down 5.71. HUD down 3.15. CS down 4.34. NCMI down 8.24. Ape down 6.6. AMC down 9.78 and did trip SSR. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have approximately $1.6 million more outflow than inflow, with 18.75 million shares traded so far. 26. After 221 minutes of trading, we are on pace for 33 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 10 to 30 million. It's going to be close. It's going to be a close one. I think we might actually be on the top side of this just a tad bit, maybe. But I'm all right with being low. Taking a look at the 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 21.46, signaling oversold. 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 19.49, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.84, signaling oversold. On Ape, 12.43 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Putting us on a pace for 21.8 million shares traded. I said somewhere between 5 and 25 million. I do believe that will end up being the case. On Ape, we did trigger SSR. We have not, or sorry, SPF rather, not SSR. SSR is at 0.8561. An SPF, a synthetic price failure, has occurred. So we are tracking new lows now. Let me get that up on the page. Oh, Bruno's having a bad dream. On the synthetic price failure that we've had so far, we're down about 20.85%. A return of 15% from this point, I believe, would be 101. Aw, poor doggy. I always wonder what dogs dream about. It always sounds like when they do their little like whining and stuff, it always makes me wonder, like, you know, I don't know, like I just don't envision like dogs having bad dreams. Like, why? What do they have to dream about that's so terrible? I mean, if they have a good life, right? Like, what do they possibly have to dream about if they have a good life? They Gus says they dream about rabbits. You're probably right. I see Pantheon talking to Maggie saying failure delivers disclosed shorts, settlement fails, continuous net settlement, X clearing, mismarked tickets, false locates, 1-day lens, naked options, illegal stock lending, FX, etc. Not sure what that's about, but okay. You'd think the dummies would turn their algos after dumping a few billion shares, but I guess not. I still think it's more pricing, Papa, if I had to guess. Mountaineer in Florida says, "What does a dog do on vacation? What does he do?" That's why they keep the ceilings clean. Oh, General Sal. That's rough. That's really rough, Taylor. I'm gonna take a break here, guys, in just a minute. I know normally I take my break at around like 11:10, and then I come back at like 12:10. But I'm taking it 12:10 today because I had that delivery of the fridge today. So uh, I need to eat something. I'm kind of thirsty too. All that reading earlier was definitely making me thirsty. Ooh, I always hate those. I I don't know if you've ever been camping before and had like raccoons fighting in the middle of the night, but man, raccoons fighting. I'm sure there's worse noises. I can tell you right now, hyenas, worst noise in the middle of the night that you could ever possibly hear. I can't imagine. Like I literally feel like it could make you go insane. Hyenas are some of the most horrific, foul beasts that there are out there that I've ever experienced. But raccoons, raccoons on the other hand, are really cute and awesome, but they sound pretty nasty at nighttime. They can get in quite I don't know, they just make a lot of noises that aren't real, I guess could be perceived as scary at night. No, we don't, James. I actually was in Africa when I saw hyenas. I was on a safari, and I think we did, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was an early morning safari where they took us out. I'm pretty sure it was the morning. And so they were, the hyenas were feeding, they were hunting and feeding. Well, actually, they were more scavenging because that's what they do, but they were scavenging while everybody else was hunting and eating. And the noises that they make are really horrific. It's it's James says beastly giggles all night long. It's not even that. I mean, like just they're just I can't put it into words. It is scary shit though. Thick says repo. Reverse repo for today is 2.111 trillion with 97 counterparties. Previously, it was 2.093 with 97 counterparties. Seems like it's getting worse and not better. Mr. Mill says the scariest sound to hear at night is it only hurts if you struggle. Yeah, sometimes they would chuckle, Jim, but they were kind of fighting with each other, just like the in general, just the noises that were coming from them in general was just awful sounding. Hayden, I honestly truly believe that it was a manufactured event. I think they were getting help to cause what happened to happen. I've heard coyotes making some pretty nasty noises, and you're not wrong. They do. They are pretty scary. Imagine some of the noises that coyotes make times 10 in a fear, how fearful it may make you feel, even though it's just noise. It's probably that would probably be the how I would describe the best way I could possibly even describe what a hyena is like. It's overnight settlements that are occurring. Bird Eye said, "What is the reverse repo exactly? What amount is that the amount of money that's taken out of the stock market? It's the amount of money. I'm going to go straight to a true definition, but it's the amount of money that's required to complete settlements overnight. but I'm going to read you an actual definition for it because I'm sure it's way better than I could give it to you. Um, It's a transaction in which the desk sells a security to an eligible counterparty with an agreement to repurchase that same security at a specified price at a specified time in the future. And since this is these reverse repos are actually done overnight, that's actually not a great definition. Let me find a better one here. Let's see here. Hold on 1 second. A reverse repurchase agreement or reverse repo is the purchase of securities with the agreement to sell them at a higher price at a specific future date. A reverse repo refers to the buyer side of a repurchase agreement or repo. These transactions, which often occur between two banks, are essentially collateralized loans. The difference between the original purchase price and the buyback price, along with the timing of the transaction, often overnight, equates to interest paid by the seller to the buyer. The reverse repo is the final step in the repurchase agreement, closing the contract. For example, let's say Bank ABC currently has excess cash reserves and it is looking to put some of that money to work. Meanwhile, Bank XYZ is facing a reverse shortfall and needs a temporary cash boost. Bank ABC may enter a reverse repo agreement with Bank XYZ, agreeing to buy securities and hold them overnight before selling them back for a slight profit. From the perspective of Bank XYZ, which sells the securities and agrees to buy them back at a premium the next day, the transaction is a repurchase agreement. Now, in our particular case, when we talk about this, what we're saying is that they're not able to complete settlements overnight unless they agree to borrow some of this money. So in order to complete settlements, we're seeing like $2 trillion worth of settlements to close out those positions on a daily basis. We're seeing this borrowed money that's occurring, which comes at a price. What did I say? Did I not say definition? What did I say? I don't know what I said. Sometimes I just say words. Pam says go see Devotion. Apparently it's a good movie. Oh, I thought maybe I said something different than definition. I don't know what I said. Turtle says watching Violent Night again tonight. Must have been that. So it's that good then, huh? I've heard that's going to be a Christmas classic from here on out for a lot of people. Would you say that's true, Turtle? Curtis, I don't think it's just going to be AMC that squeezes. And the reason that I say that is because there's a lot of if you look at just the books of just Citadel alone, what are we at now? Like 65 billion in fair market value that they have not settled on yet, that they have not yet purchased. That's a lot of money, and that's on fair market value. They're not going to get it for fair market value. I can guarantee you that. So whatever it is that they end up paying for or going out to being forced to go out and pay for is going to be a much higher value. So, if there is complete liquidations of some of these hedge funds out there, I think the numbers could be really, really, really super high. And the question is how high is it going to be? How much money is there potentially out there? Uh, what are we looking at? And I don't know the answers to all of it, Curtis, but I can tell you one thing's for sure. If you're going to have a digital currency that you can just start printing money for, It sure solves a lot of problems. Apparently, Adam Aaron just posted a tweet. Let's check it out. Damien Chazelle, hopefully I'm saying that right. Chazelle is one of my favorite film directors. He is brilliant, so I'm excited to personally host a screening of his new Babylon, starring Brad Pitt and Margot Robbie, in Houston, AMC First Colony 24 on Thursday, December 22nd at 7 p.m. Join me. Tickets, and he's got them set up there. Man, uh, wowzers. Is that Margot Robbie that's in that? I mean, it looks like maybe it might be her, but I don't think I've ever seen her with blonde hair before. Maybe I have. I don't know. Might be a good movie. Too bad I'm not gonna be able to go see it. Not over there, anyways. I'm gonna end the poll for the day today, guys, since we already got 442 votes in there. It seems like you guys are kind of split on deciding whether or not these price moves are to price in a market move down for next week, or not a market move down, but I mean the what am I saying? That they're moving the market down now in order to price in the rate hike going into next week, which is probably going to be a little bit less of a rate hike than some people are thinking 75 still, but it'll probably end up being 50. David Francis, I don't believe that they can push it to zero, so nothing. I've heard it's really gory, Pam, but also really funny. She is blonde and everything? Margot Robbie? She was Wonder Woman, wasn't she? No, who was? Yeah, she's Wonder Woman, isn't she? Son of a gun. Now I can't remember if she's. I thought she was Wonder Woman. She's not blonde in Wonder Woman. What the heck are you talking about, Jim? Holy crap, she was in Wolf of Wall Street. I didn't even know she was in that. Oh, that's Gal Gadot. I'm so confused. Margot Robbie is the one that played Harley Quinn, right? Isn't she Harley Quinn? Is Oh, yeah, yeah. Curtis wrote it. Harley Quinn, right there. Yep. Okay, now I know who you guys are talking about. Okay, I always get Margot Robbie and Gal Gadot mixed up. I thought she was all right as Harley Quinn. The only problem that I had was more Jared Leto playing Joker. I did not like him at all, and so I had a hard time like accepting her as Harley Quinn because I just didn't like Jared Leto. I think when she had her standalone, or I should say it wasn't really a standalone, but when she did the movie without the Joker in it, and I can't remember what the name of it is, but I was happier about that. Yeah, Birds of Prey. Well, it wasn't the best of movies, but it didn't have Jared Leto in it, so at least I don't remember him being in there. Let's see, was Jared Leto in Birds of Prey? I don't recall. I don't remember him being in there. Okay, yeah, he wasn't in there. I didn't remember him being in there. Did I ever show you guys my picture? I think I did show you guys. Pantheon says Jared Leto filmed 40 minutes of Joker footage for Suicide Squad, and then they never used it. They never used. It would have shown more to flesh out that Joker. I just I didn't like his character, man. I felt like it was like a current day Joker. Uh, I don't know. It just didn't set well with me. Pam, you're welcome. Have a good day. I don't know. There was just something about him I just didn't like. I'll tell you what though, I really enjoyed oh no, I'm gonna lose the name. Joe Queen, why am I forgetting his name? So bad with names. I can't remember his name. Joe Queen Phoenix, Joe Queen something. I really liked his character. That was way better. I mean, I would take him over Jared Leto. In fact, I would even take him. Yeah, Joe Queen Phoenix. That's it. Okay, it was Phoenix. Yeah, if he could have been the Joker that Jared Leto was instead, I would have accepted it big time. Joaquin, that's it. Joaquin, Joe Queen. I called him Joe Queen. Joaquin Phoenix. Who cares? It's Joe Queen to me. He's a Joker. It starts with a J. It's Joe Queen. Don't correct me. I knew what I was saying. Sam says his real name is Leaf. Get the heck out of here. Is it really? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. All right, I'm gonna go to break, guys. Dude, I loved his act. I thought he did a great job on it. The one thing I didn't like, and this is gonna be a spoiler, guys. So if you're listening right now, turn the volume off because this is gonna be a little bit of a spoiler if you didn't see the Joker. I'm just gonna keep calling him Joe Queen. If you didn't see that one, there's gonna be a little bit of a spoiler right here. Coming in three, two, one. I liked this kind of the idea that he was related to the Bruce Waynes, and I guess I'm trying to leave it kind of vague a little bit, but I hated it at the same time. I didn't like that spin. I thought it was kind of a cool spin, but at the same time, I just kind of was like, no, really? I don't know. I liked it, but I hated it, and it was kind of weird. I'm not sure where I stand on it, but Brandon says, "Are you Joe Queening me?" It's Joe Queen. I'm calling him Joe Queen, and I like it. That's the way I like it. All right, it looks like we're gonna trip SSR here for Ape here in just a second. We've got 0.8792, I think. No. Oh, you know what? I didn't move the number. This is not SSR. SSR is down here. I have it at 0.8561. So this is just this is a paper hand point here at 0.8792 that I got for synthetic price failures. I'm going to kind of shrink this down just a tad bit here because it's a little bit. When I go on break, I want you guys to be able to see some of the other values. Dude, left wing wacko. I'm actually going to agree with you. Jack Nicholson is my favorite. I know a lot of people like Heath Ledger, but it's really difficult for me to have anybody else other than Jack Nicholson after Jack Nicholson was it. And Mark Hamill, while he does a great voice, like I can't imagine anybody else doing a better voice than Mark Hamill for it. I don't think Mark Hamill would play a good Joker real life. So I feel like we're kind of the only Joe Queen is the only one that I'll accept since, but only because I feel like it's like a different take on Joker. All right, I'm out. Ever seen the theory that Heath Ledger Joker is actually the hero of The Dark Knight? There are times in the movie where I felt that was kind of the case a little bit, but especially like when Batman was like using like technology that where basically like spied on everybody kind of thing. I kind of got that, but I don't know. Keith Ledger is a broke back cowboy. Man, you're not gonna let him live that one down, are you, Left Wing Wacko? All right, I'm gonna take a break, guys. I'll see you back at 1:10. We'll run numbers, and I'll take one more break, and then it'll be the end of the day. Let's watch and see what happens here. We are down on a combined price. We're down to currently 765. Just going to throw this up on the screen here real quick so you guys can see this before I leave. On this descending parallel channel that we've got going on here, it does look like we've kind of flatlined and are consolidating what could be a potential breakout of this. And if we do, it should start running back up again. So we'll probably get that later portion in the day run that I talked about in the pre-market this morning. So I will see you guys in a little bit here. I'll take a break for just a tad and come back at 1:10. Actually, I'll just come back. Yeah, 1:10. I'll be back at 1:10. Let me put up a message. Oh, I didn't realize I had you guys on this. Oh, there we go. Oi. 1:10 p.m. Alrighty. See you guys in just a bit. I'll put on some music for you, the awful music that it is. See you guys in just a bit. Music coming in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, I'm back, and as per noted by you guys, the tweet from Adam Aaron is out saying right now at this minute the Odeon Lux Leicester, I can't say it. Leicester Square, AMC's flagship theater in the UK and Europe, is proudly the site of the world premiere of Avatar: The Way of the Water. My own prediction is that this movie will have staggeringly high appeal to moviegoers all around the world. I tend to agree that's probably going to be the case. Hold on a second here. There we go. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Before we do, though, moon is in the background. Chat saying the moon is in the background in the picture on that one. I don't see it. Let me look again. That's not the moon. Nice try, but I don't think that's a moon. That's a glare. That's a lens glare. I see what it is you're talking about, though. You guys are saying moon in the background. More than one of you are saying moon in the background. Middle right? Hold on a second. I am not seeing it. Middle right. I don't see it. Hold on. If you're talking about this up here, it's a lens glare. Middle right is over here. I don't see any moon unless you're talking about this on the building here. Nana says I see the moon. Where am I missing it? Is it the big center spot on the screen? I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see that. I mean, unless you're talking about this right here, the projected image of light on the building there. I don't see where you guys are seeing the moon. It's above that? What? I don't see it. Like somebody's gonna have to like straight up like somebody's gonna have to straight up because if you're talking about this little tiny dot at the time, that is not the moon. That's a lens flare. Yeah, the little dot at the top is not the moon. That's a lens flare. Pretty sure we should get Z Wade in here to back me up on this one, but I'm pretty sure he can either Z Wade. I don't know what bird eye photography is. I don't know what his, but I'm pretty sure this is lens flare right here, just based on the fact that the way the lighting is on that, I can tell that's lens flare. This projection of light on the building right here is just a light. It's not a moon. Block A says, put on the tinfoil hat, then you'll see it. I don't see it, man. I mean, on the big blue screen, I could see how maybe somebody could make a case that there might be like an image of the moon in here, but I don't see it though. I prefer not, Mr. Mills. Look below the N. Below or above the N? Here's Odeon right here. Below the N, I do not see a moon. I mean, I see a half spherical shape right here, and it's like maybe you might be trying to say that this is the moon right here. Point Break says, drink your drinky drink and you'll see it. I don't see the moon, guys. I don't see it. I'm not seeing it in here. That's all right. We don't have to agree. After the R. Yeah, it's just another projection of light similar to this one right here. It's just another projection of light here. It's another one over here. There's one here. There's one here. There's one here. There's like 6 of them on the page. These are all projections of just lights. That's not a moon. I don't see it. I don't see it. I'm not going with it. You all done drank way too much today. You're way ahead of me. I feel left out that you guys started without me. That's not cool. All right, so let me go over the numbers, guys, because I've got a special guest coming on here in a little bit. I got a special guest coming on in just a little bit, and we're gonna talk a little bit about a subject matter that I kind of been wanting to bring up with you guys. Papa says it'll be there tomorrow on all AMC YouTube pages, and yeah. You guys are too funny. All right, I'm taking you guys over. I'm taking you guys over to the other page here, and we're actually going to cover some numbers. You guys are funny. Two-factor authentication if you don't have it. Hold on a second, I got a cough. If you don't have two-factor authentication, we want to get it, as it could help prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. Somebody who thinks that they see moon in pictures when you don't. So yeah, and make sure you set up a secondary phone number. Set it up with somebody who does see moons in pictures that you don't see them in, or you do see them and they don't. I don't know, whatever. But you guys are too much, man. It's cracking me up. Let me move over a couple screens here, and let's take a look at what we got going on with the numbers. All right, starting with off exchange. 49.15% going through off exchange EDGX at 10.97 for a grand total 60.12% of our volume going through off exchanges. That is lower. I'd say by this time of the day, we probably want to see about 64%. So it's about 4% less than usual. However, CHX volume today is 3.83%. There's our missing 4% volume. Normally we only see like 0.25 or a quarter of a percent going through CHX. Today it's 794,000 shares, 991 shares going through there. So quite the large amount of shares going through. Taking a look at off exchange for Ape, we got 75.15 going through through off exchange. EDGX is 6.98. The grand total between those is 82.13. That's about 18% higher than it should be for the day. CHX volume is more than double what it should be for the day today at 0.27% when it's normally around 0.1%. 36,814 shares going through there. GME's volume currently at 0.06%, and that's nothing unusual to talk about. CHX volume, nothing unusual to talk about there either. Taking a look at Ortex data. An hour ago, there was about 795,000 shares having been returned on AMC. It's now 1.52 million shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 20.3%. Cost per hour min is at 0.82. Average at 28.71 and max at 39.08%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 165.58 million shares. That is 3.5 million shares less than yesterday. And Ortex is estimating that about 1.135 million of that is in short interest that was closed out day over day. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was approximately 602,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now only 81,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 7.74%. Cost per min at 6.2, average at 9.07, max at 10.49. Shares on loan for the day-to-day dropped an amazing 22.9% in short interest that was returned in a single day. Almost half of all of the short interest on Ape was closed. Shares on loan, leaving the shares on loan and all short interest at 29.4 million shares. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume is at a $7 strike. An hour ago, there were 17.7 thousand contracts. There's now 19.3. And on puts, an hour ago at $6.50, there was 19.1 thousand contracts. There's now 21,000 contracts. A little more volume going through 6.5 than 7, but market is indicating a closing price somewhere between $6.5 and $7 for AMC, even though max pain is $8. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $7.69. We did finally break out of that descending parallel channel. We are consolidating sideways. I wouldn't call this a really huge breakout or anything. I mean, it's just pretty much consolidating right now sideways. We'll check and see if there's not some kind of change in direction here. I don't have enough data yet to really kind of project where this is going just yet. We'll come back to this. We'll visit it in an hour. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are all on the list today. GME has an amazing high of 87% buy to 13% sell ratio on orders, and AMC has a 73% buy to 27% sell ratio. Ape with an 87% buy to 13% sell ratio. Looking absolutely beautiful on this dip on the purchase buying going on by retail. SSR did trip for AMC for the day today at $6.71. Ape did not yet at 0.8561 is where it would trip. The amount of shares that have been borrowed so far for the day today has not changed in the last hour. And currently we are seeing fees at 26.6%. Total shares borrowed so far for the day today is about 600,000 shares. NASDAQ is down 2.22%. Dow Jones is down 1.4%. S&P 500 down 1.79%. The market's on fire. It looks like trash. Watch out for that heaping pile. Don't step in it. 4,910 decliners to 1,785 advancers. Market's looking pretty trashy. Taking a look at the US dollar. It is currently up 0.32%. Oil is down negative 2.77%, and I'll make it to 2.04. And SPY is down 1.79. VIX is up 6.7%. VTI down 1.87. IWD down 1.58. Tesla down 2.32. Amazon down 3.04. Cinemark down 5.17. Doge is down 2.65. Bitcoin's down 0.04. GME is down 8.56. HYMC down 4.41. Hood is down 3.57. CS is down 4.45. NCMI is down 8.24. Ape is down 6.44. AMC is down 8.59%. Inflow versus outflow. There's approximately $500,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. We've got about 100 minutes left of trading. Well, it's actually more like 98 minutes left, but whatever. After 292 minutes of trading, there's 21.65 million shares having been traded so far on AMC, putting us on a pace for 28.91 million shares traded by the end of the day. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. Looks like we may end up hitting that after all. Shouldn't be a problem, I think, at this point, unless there's a big, huge spike up in volume at the very end of the day, which could happen. You never know. On the 1 hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 24.16, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 27.39, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.93, which is below average. Taking a look at Ape, roughly about $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 14.38 million shares having been traded so far after 293 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 19.14 million shares traded for the day today. That is rated within the range of 5 to 25 million that I suggested in pre-market. On the hourly, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.13, which is below average, or actually, sorry, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 24.31, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.01, which is below average. Alrighty. So oftentimes, when SSR does trip, you'll see a retest of SSR a couple times. But in order for us, I got to plug this in real quick here. On AMC, the bottom that we found here looks to be $6.68, which is a 27% decrease in price. Normally, if we get to 27% like that, you tend to see about a 35% decrease in price or 40% decrease in price before you see a turnaround in value. So that is significantly lower. I think that there's a chance that we would see a potential retest of 660 or 668 and a potential drop down below that. Maybe going into the future, we'll see what ends up happening, but it is possible to turn back around at 27%. It just doesn't. It's less likely. It's not very often that we get 27%. It does happen. We had one back in May of this last year where we had 27%, 27.5% down, and then ended up going back up again. So it can happen. It's just less likely. And then I also need to track apes as well. Looks like the lowest value that we've gotten to so far is not those. .8801. It has not hit a 21.5% failure in price, so it could turn back around where it's at currently. Alrighty. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Ready for some MOASS says, are we there yet? Why don't you touch your toes in the water and you tell me ready for some MOASS? No, we're not there yet. Tim says, right now I have management telling me to do two separate opposite things. It's quite annoying. I always go with I err on the side of the bigger, well, yeah, I always side on error on the side of the big boss. Unless the big boss has one foot out the door. Casey, have you ever done a pattern analysis with your SSR spreadsheet? In regards to what specifically? What would I be looking for? I used to track days where SSR was tripped, just to kind of just know where they're at. SSR already got triggered on AMC, Roseanne. It already did trigger. You lose. You already lost. New management, Casey, on both parties. Ooh. That's a tough one, Tim. I don't know what to tell you. I would go with whatever the right answer is. What I mean is Tim, is you've been there for a long time. You know the systems better than they do if they're new management. and you probably know what the right answer is to do. And so what I would do is I would convince the person who's telling you to do the opposite of what the right thing is, explain to them why it is that you think that might be a smarter idea to go with that, and see if they can't you can't get approval on that management to go ahead and follow through with what you think is right. And then now you got a 50-50 chance on whether or not you're going to walk out ahead. Going to lock them in the room and tell them to sort it out. There you go. That works too. Actually, Left Wing Wacko, I think Adam Aaron's done like numerous things to try and change the situation. And he's clearly defined what all of those things are in all of the shareholder meetings. He tweeted again? Hold on. I swear if it's the same picture, it's the same picture. Let me guess. But Donkey Kong, there's a moon in it. But the moon is there though. It looks the same. It looks, but it's not even. So the scale is not even on the coloring. In other words, part of the color of it is you can tell it's a light, number one, and part of the coloring looks different on the gray portion of it because it's on a different piece of board than the other portion of the light. So, and it doesn't look anything different. It doesn't look a whole lot different than some of the other 3 or 4 different lights that are pointed up that direction. I'm just still not seeing it. More movie schedule? Hmm. I think he's on break right now, Doug. Roseanne says, Casey, go with it. No, I'm not that kind of person, Roseanne. I don't just jump on the bandwagon just because it's like, oh yeah, that's definitely what it is. I mean, I look at it objectively, and I go like, okay, does it look like a moon or doesn't it look like it? Doesn't look like a moon. I don't know what to tell you. That's not a moon. I've seen a pizza pie. That's not a pizza pie. I know what a pizza pie looks like. That's no pizza pie. Where's where's the pepperoni? Where's the cheese? It's got no crust. There's no pep. There's no pizza. AMC should broker every single holiday movie having a yearly run and then sell holiday items in mass during the showing. Tech We Love says, counterpoint, the higher the moon is in the sky, the smaller it appears to us. The closer to the horizon, the larger. So I'm not sure that is actually a camera glare, but maybe the real moon. So the reason I say that it's a camera glare, Tech We Love, if you look at that dot at the very top of the page, if that's what because I know what you're referencing. That dot at the top of the page there has a very distinct camera lens glare because it's got a single point of light on there at the bottom side of the circle, and then the rest of the light on it is more of a hue, and that's usually comes through. That's the effect that you end up having through multiple lenses and the light passing through the lenses at an angle. So you're getting refractive light that's passing through the lens that's causing the lens, like a lens. I forget what they call them. There's like, or I think they call them light orbs or something like that. O'Shea says, guess Casey won't be in Mario Bros 2. Tim, take care, man. Good luck locking those guys in their offices to fight it out. Oh my gosh. Roseanne says, don't you see the Batman shield as well? Point Break says it's to the left of the unicorn and above the leprechaun. Right in between is it's a fart. It's a unicorn fart. We got to get. So Belark is asking Casey, let's say Ape runs hard first, will AMC follow correct? As a question. I think inherently the price between AMC and Ape should be connected, and that it should run if Ape price runs. Should, theoretically. Deborah says, Casey, some people have pareidolia and can see shapes or images others can't. Kenton says we are nearly 20% away from max pain this week. Pretty unusual, right, Kenton? I think you would agree that that's unusual. One of the things that I would say about that is that to me it looks like a very deliberate attempt to try and get price down to certain points so that they can close out as many positions as possible. Since there's not really a whole lot of an option chain that could be impacted all that much right now on because it takes really huge moves in order for you to impact AMC1 options chain. What I would suggest is that at least for in AMC's perspective, is that they're probably trying to close out as much short interest as possible before they see a price run coming. I think we've done this a couple times, O'Shea, where we've gone back and we've checked, and usually the squeezes happen or occur right just prior to the major market failure. We went back and checked VW not too long ago, O'Shea, because we were talking about it and looking at it. So yeah, VW had its squeeze. The market was already starting to move downwards, but it had its squeeze, and the market really started to fail after the squeeze was over. So I think the answer that you're looking for is yes. It's quite common, as a matter of fact. In fact, there were some analysts out there that were saying that the entire market was only a day or two away from complete market failure from GME's squeeze. So we were there nearly 2 years ago. Yeah, no problem. Vincent says economy is getting bad here in Illinois. We went to 4 days to keep from laying off. You know, Adam Aaron was talking about that not too long ago, going to 4-day work weeks. Vincent, I think it's going to get worse. Somebody was going to be coming in and talking to me, but I don't see them, so I'm not getting any messages either. What's this about? We got about 20 more minutes left here. I'm looking at the picture right now, guys. I'm still trying to find so I mean, I see what it is you're talking about, but I'll give you this. I'll give you this. Adam Aaron has definitely posted things up before that have hidden messages or meanings, and if he saw something that he thought might have been construed as something that maybe you similarly to what it is you guys are seeing, maybe that's why he took the picture in the first place. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Nope. It all depends on how long people decide to hold for, Blake. That's exactly what determines how high it goes. If people decide to sell too early, then it won't go very high at all. Also, dilution will probably cause it to. It depends on how they choose to dilute, but if Adam Aaron dumps all the shares in at once, dilution will probably stop it from running any further. Man, Barry Electronics, if this market's giving you panic attacks now, you need to start taking some deep breaths and really starting to get used to it because it's going to look even uglier. This ain't even the half of it. I personally think that you could see SPY down. Let's see here. I've got some numbers listed. 1 second. I think before this is all said and done that the SPY very well could reach as low as. Do I have the numbers on here? I thought I had the numbers on here. Oh yeah. I don't know. I didn't have it. I don't have them written. I don't have a line written down here, but I would say somewhere around like 200 before it's all said and done. Like we're not even halfway there yet, is what I'm trying to tell you. So if this is giving you heartaches, you just wait. It is good for us. But I would actually say, John, that you know the market in itself of going down is good for us, but I don't think that the big portion of the market moving down will happen until after a squeeze. Because I think that what you would end up seeing, John, is that you would probably see a lot of retail investors collecting their money and leaving the market. And if they do that, then you're going to see this massive vacuum of money leaving the marketplace, which is going to just absolutely tank the market. So that's why I kind of am along the lines. I'm kind of thinking that the whole CBDC thing is kind of it seems like it's a possibility for the future because if it is a possibility, then it would explain how they could perhaps maybe get people to continue to stay in the marketplace by not causing the market to fail. Oscar, you're saying what are you saying? Why what? Why do I think it's going to fail down to that? Why do I think it's going to get down to that point? Technical analysis. Well, markets inherently will do margin calls as they are being devalued. I would say the crash probably comes after the margin calls. Correct. Belarke. Belarke saying so squeeze before crash like VW, yes. Left Wing Wacko says I'm selling all my stocks, cashing out my 401k, and buying a hot dog vending stand. Food Dog will be my very first and most loyal customer. That's pretty funny. Sam says in a perfect world they create a mechanism to pay out, re-regulate, and instantaneously freeze accounts for endless litigation, hoping otherwise. I don't know that it's necessarily going to be endless litigation, but more along the lines of maybe only withdrawal uh, limitations, right? In other words, like we'll let you can take out your CBDC, but only in certain amounts per year, kind of thing. Where they probably put some kind of limitation on what you can withdraw. AMC's buy sell ratio, we've got it's almost even right now, 23.53 million in outflow for AMC to 23.22 inflow. And on Ape, it is 4.4 million inflow, 4 million outflow, roughly. Kind of rounding the numbers a little there. James of Arizona says, "Will we MOASS when your beard tips tickle your cockle?" Well, so I learned something interesting in the process of growing this beard, James. One of the barbers that I had told me that everybody has a critical beard length, or not critical. What was it? What did he call it? He called it a the length. Like there's some kind of length distance that everybody's beard will only grow up to, and then some people can grow long beards, some people can't. And he said that it was all genetically related. And so, I think he was trying to tell me that I might be towards the end of my, it wasn't critical length or something. It was, I forget what the word was that he used, but do you think we'll get squeeze top before crash or after? I think it would be before. See, what would really cause the market to crash, guys, is everybody pulling out their money out of the marketplace, right? That's gonna be what would be the final straw that breaks the camel's back, is watching tons of retail pull out money out of the marketplace. And so that's why I say I think that most of the big movements will happen after payouts. SPY got down to oops 348. Lois says it's been a brutal couple days. It has, but I mean, if you've been hanging around long enough, it shouldn't be a surprise. I mean, I think most people knew this was coming. You know, the one of the main ways that we're going to end up getting a squeeze out of this is margin calls, and margin calls are only going to come happen when you start seeing a market failure. So, or when market starts, starting to dive in price. So, hopefully you've been around for a while. If you're kind of a newcomer, um, you've got a steep learning curve here ahead of you. Lois is saying, yep, and it comes from the maternal genetics, so blame your mother. Mom, my beard's not longer because of you. Thank you. Critical beard theory. Oh, brother. I don't think that was the name that he used. He called it like, what is it? What is it that they call it when it's terminal? Maybe that's what it was. Because it reminded me of terminal velocity. And I think he said terminal beard length, I think is what it was called. I don't think he called it critical, it was terminal. Terminal beard length, where basically your beard just stops growing at some point. Point Break Thor says, wasn't it Bank of America saying the next quarter recession and reduction of positions? Yes, it was, sir. We covered that this morning. Deborah saying I meant that the CBDCs were works for the last 7 years, and I hadn't heard about them until last year, though, Deborah. Duffman says Florida just banned the teaching of critical beard theory in public schools. Well, I said SPY might be down to as much as 375 by the end of this week. So that's a little aggressive now that I look back on it, but it's still possible. I mean, it is at 392. It's gonna suck. It's gonna suck pretty bad. Terminal beard length. Google it. Hold on a second. I'm Googling. LE. Such a weird word, length. 12 inches to 36 inches. The average terminal length ranges from 12 inches to 36 inches. The world record beard was held by Hans Nilsson Langseth. Go figure. His name had Langseth in it, and reached 18.6 feet. While your terminal length is unlikely to match the extreme outlier, most people can expect to grow at least a foot of beard before the end of the anagen phase. ANAGEN phase. I have no idea what the anagen phase is. Hold up a second. I'm learning stuff I had no idea about, but at least I remember terminal beard length. The anagen phase, I'm assuming I'm reading this correctly, also known as the growth phase or active phase. The anagen phase is when the cells of the root of your hair are most rapidly dividing, so more new hair is formed. Whatever the hell that means. I don't care. Food Dog says ZZ Top got extensions. Oh yeah, no, I remember what it was called before you wrote it in there, Turtle. Message deleted by Captain Awesome. Oh, he Captain Awesome got you. Duffman says I just shorted my beard and invested in a goatee. He's gonna add training wheels to his motorcycle soon. Okay. My guest speaker is arrived. A little late. I think we're gonna have to cancel, unfortunately. Yeah, Point Break Thor says, Casey, on 1011, your analysis estimated SPY having the risk to go to 215 to 245 by end of year. If I wrote it down properly, that was such an ugly prediction. I wrote it down. Yeah, it looks like I'm going to be a little bit late on that. It looks like it's going to take a little longer than I would have anticipated. But yeah, that 215 to 245 is the correct number. Now that you've mentioned it, I remember the 245 number quite well. John's got a question. And out of curiosity, Point Break, since you did write it down, that was this year or last year that I made that estimate? I just noticed that you said, shoot, now I'm trying to scroll back to see where you wrote that, and I can't find it. Was that 10/11 of this year or 10/11 of last year? Because I'm pretty sure I was estimating those kind of levels way earlier than 10/11 of this year. Hey, Mom. Good to see you. John says, can you get arrested for buying too many apes? No. I did not know Christiele played a Klingon. That was this year, Point Break? I feel like I was talking about that like last year, though. That's so weird. I'm pretty sure that I made those predictions even before then. I'll bet you. Roseanne says, if you were in Star Trek, what character would you want to be? 7 of 9. I feel like that's like a no-brainer. I always had a big, huge crush on 7 of 9, or not 7 of 9. What's her? That's Stranger Things. What was her name? I can't remember. No, it was 7 of 9. Wait, hold on a second. Star Trek. I gotta look it up. 7 of 9, I think was what her name was. 7 of 9. Yeah, Star Trek. 7 of 9. That's right. Jerry Ryan was the actress's name. I just had to look it up. I always thought she was really pretty. Mr. Mills says Diana Troy. I don't know, man. I thought Diana Troy was the prettiest until 7 of 9 came along. So when 7 of 9 came along, I was like, Diana Troy was not my favorite anymore. Deborah says, when I say in the works, I mean behind the scenes. Okay, I got you. I didn't know that they were working on it for that long. It's kind of crazy. All right, guys, it's 2 o'clock. I think, and I don't know if maybe it was because of my age at the time, but I think one of my most, there were two guy characters that were probably my favorite, and it's LaForge, yeah, LaForge, and Data. Mr. Mills put boobs in. LaForge and Data. I think it was LaForge. Who? It was the guy with the visor or the eye piece because his eyes were jacked up, and I can't think of what his name is now. But I want to say that was LaForge. LaForge and Data were my two. Geordie. Was it Geordie LaForge? That might have been his name. Geordie LaForge and Data. Yeah. Data is now known as Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, LeVar from Reading Rainbow. I thought that guy was cool, man. I thought he was kind of cool. Y'all are a bunch of geeks around here. Petrofire says, Punky Brewster. Y'all are a bunch of geeks. I ain't gonna lie. We got a little bit of a geek fest going on in here. All right, it's 2 o'clock, guys. Let's take a look at our numbers one last time, and I'm gonna go grab a drink so I can toast with you guys. And today is what, Tuesday, so we got movie trivia to do today. I'll pick a movie. Actually, Nerdfest, not geek. I'll do some movie trivia. I hadn't really decided on the topic for the day today, but I'll figure something out while I grab my drink. Roseanne says, Casey, how far away are you from Abilene, Texas? And I've heard of Abilene, Texas, but let me look it up and see. Hold on a second. I'm a looking. Oh, is that? I just saw. For a brief second, I saw an Air Force base that was near there. So let's see here. Amarillo. Yeah, so Dallas. Okay, so I feel like that's where. Is that where Bradley was at when he went to tech school? No, it was out that way. I feel like a little bit, but anyways, I'm about. That's got to be at least a 2.5 hour drive, maybe 3 hours from Abilene, and I'm southeast of it. But it's actually that area that you would have to drive through to get to Austin is absolutely gorgeous. It's a nice area out in there. Traveling through areas like oh shoot, I just lost the name. Oh shoot, I can't find it now. I just saw the spot that I was looking at, and I was like, oh, I've been through there before. It's really pretty, and I can't find it. Anyways, time to take a look at the numbers. Where did it go? Oh well. Oh, that's cool. She's going there as a travel nurse. That's neat. Oh, Christy Alley passed away apparently. It is Northwest Texas, Mo. Yeah, Wichita Falls. I couldn't remember where it was he was at, but I knew it was someplace around there. All right, let's take a look at the numbers, guys. Give me 1 second while I transfer a couple pages over here. We'll take one last look of the numbers. Alrighty, here we go. Starting with off exchange. 49.67% going through off exchange for AMC EDGX at 10.81. Grand total on that 60.48%. That's about 6% less than what I would expect on a normal day. However, CHX volume was making up for it today with 3.62% of our total volume compared to a normal quarter of a percent. 794,000 shares went through that exchange today. Quite a few. Ape, 75% of our volume going through Ape today in the off exchange. EDGX had 6.71%. Grand total is 81.71%. That's about, let me see, 656, 66, 76, 16.71% higher than it should be for the day. CHX volume is elevated. It's more than double the amount of volume that it should have going through it. And that's about almost 37,000 shares. GME, no CHX volume, unusual CHX volume to report. And on HYMC CHX volume, nothing unusual to report. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, we had 1.52 million shares having been returned. It's now 485,000 shares being returned. So there's been some loaning of some shares. That's going to decrease that's going to increase the amount of short share interest in the free float to 20.36%. Cost per minute 0.82. Average at 28.66. Max at 39.08. Shares on loan for the day-to-day decreased 3.5 million shares to 165.58 million shares on loan. That is 1.135 million shares in estimated closed short interest by Ortex. Or not by Ortex, but that's how much they're estimating. Taking a look at shares borrowed for Ape, it's at 156,000 from 81,000 an hour ago. That's really not going to change the estimated short share interest, the free float, too much to 7.74% currently. Cost to borrow min is at 6.2, average at 9.1, max at 10.49. Shares on loans at 29.4 million shares. Day over day, that is a decrease by 22.9 million shares that were returned on a single day. And that's pretty massive because that's all short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today is at a $7 strike. An hour ago, there was 19.3 thousand contracts. There's now 19.9. And on the puts, an hour ago, the highest amount of volume was 21,000 contracts at 6.5. It's now 26.5 or 26.1. Combined price of AMC and Ape currently at $7.69. We did trade sideways for the most part since we broke out of this descending parallel channel. This is where they're going to try and stick the price. Don't really have anything I'm going to draw out for this. AMC, Ape, and GME have had very high buy orders, buy to sell ratios all day long today, and have been on the top 30 list as well. GME has an 88 or 89% buy to 11% sell ratio. AMC has 74% buy to 26% sell ratio, and Ape has an 87% to 12 or 13% buy sell ratio. Very, very strong numbers. AMC did trip SSR for the day today at 6.71. Shares available to borrow is at 1.1 million, no change in the last hour. Ape did not trip today yet at 0.8561 is where it would have tripped. I don't believe. It was close. Very, very, very close right here. NASDAQ is down 2.17, Dow Jones is down 1.33, and the S&P 500 is down 1.74. We currently have 4,898 decliners, so 1,831 advancers. The market is declining over advancing. Let's take a look at what we got going on with the US dollar. The dollar is currently up 0.26. Oil is currently down 2.85. SPY is down 1.75, and we have our mortgage-backed securities up about 0.3%. VIX is up almost 7%. VTI is down 1.8. IWD down 1.51. Tesla is down 1.74. Amazon is down 2.8. Cinemark down 5.4. Doge is down 2.35. Bitcoin is pretty much breaking even right now. GME is down 8.45. HYMC is down 4.51. Hood is down 2.38, CS is down 4.34, NCMI is down 6.56, Ape is down 6.43, and AMC is down 8.86%. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately $300,000 more inflow than outflow. 23.11 million shares left to trade with 50 minutes left to go, which puts us at 340 minutes of trading. Putting us on a pace for 26.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million. Doesn't look like we're going to have any problems hitting that. On the 1 hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.33, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 28.64, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. No, actually, it's equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 46.15, which is just slightly below average. On Ape, $400,000, little less than $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 15.8 million shares traded so far. Let's see, 342 minutes of trading. We are on pace for 18 million shares traded by the end of the day today on Ape. I suggested 5 to 25 million. Looks like we'll hit that. On the 1 hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 24.93, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.78, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.68, which is below average. All right, with that, I'm going to go grab a drink so I can toast with you guys, come up with a movie, and we'll do movie trivia for the day. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna pull up a quick calendar real quick here because I just want to see how many more days we have left here till Christmas. Okay, so Christmas is on a Sunday. Trading days wise, we've got one, two. So I want to start the Christmas movie trivia is gonna start next week on the 12th. We'll run Christmas stuff from the 12th for 2 weeks because 2 weeks. Why not, right? We'll run Christmas stuff for 2 weeks going into Christmas. Um, and then I don't know, maybe we'll do like some kind of yearly recap starting on the 27th through the 30th. And I don't know, we'll see. I'll come up with something for that time frame. But Christmas movie trivia will start next week. Just so you guys know, that's coming. In regards to movies for the day to day, I'm gonna go with my wife's favorite movie, and some of these might end up being repeat questions that we've had from the past. Let's see if I can pull up this movie trivia here. Oh yeah, this is good. This works. Huh. I just learned something I did not know. That's very, very interesting. We do have 12 more minutes before. No, it's not The Notebook and it's not Titanic. My wife is actually. She's way better um, than that in regards to it being not painful for me. Um, oh, I can't tell you yet. I'll give the quiz question to you here, Sammy Boy, in just a minute. But the movie trivia is going to be around today, so you're gonna have about 10 minutes to refresh your history on it. Is going to be on Forrest Gump. That is her favorite movie of all time, Forrest Gump. And so we're gonna do Eyes Wide Shut. No, so she's way easier than that. It's a movie that everybody can enjoy. Jenny. Haze Monster says rigged. Hated it. Oh yeah, I got to cheer. I got to cheers to something. We got a toast. Ice doesn't sound the same, does it? That ice sounds just so underwhelming. I have to tell you guys, I'm missing the other ice. I got to go fix that other ice machine because this is just not acceptable. What are we gonna toast to today? Um, to hiking up your what do they call those? There's a name for those boots. For hiking up your sloshingers or whatever. I can't remember what they call those boots. For hiking up your wading water your boots and grinning and gritting your teeth and gnawing and hemming and hawing over everything that's happening, guys. You guys are really doing a great job making it through this, believe it or not. I know that it's tough, and I know you guys are tired of seeing consistent downwards movement in price. Galoshes. Thank you, Donkey Kong. I couldn't think of it. Galoshes. So cheers to your holding up your galoshes and wading through the epic mounds of shit that they make us wade through. Cheers. I don't know why I couldn't think of galoshes. What did I say? What was the first word that I said? Lederhosen. Lederhosen. Uh, what was the first word I said? I can't remember what the first word. What was the word that I? Kolaches. Goulash. Is that the first word I said? It was close. You know what, guys? I'm glad you can laugh at me because it's nice to know that you guys are caring enough to put up with my banter, my inability to be able to finish sentences. It's almost like you guys get trivia all day long because you're trying to fill in the blanks for me. Sheesh. Yeah, the correct word that I was looking for was and I got to go back up and look at it again. Galoshes. I don't know why I couldn't think of that word, but I don't know how I'm going to remember it either. We got 8 more minutes. It's gonna be on Forrest Gump. So do you think it's a moon now? I don't. Oh, Bird Eye Photography's here, guys. We can ask Bird Eye. Bird Eye, since you're here, man, did you see Adam Aaron's tweet? And since you're a photography expert, do you think that it's a moon? And do you agree with me that it's a lens flare at the very top where there's that little tiny speck up there? James of Arizona says, best TA on the planet where we fill in the blanks for the host. I can't help. You know, you get what you get, you know? This world is amazing like that. You didn't check your DMs for the tweet hidden message. No, I didn't. Hold on a second here. Hold on. Right, I gotta show you guys what Pantheon did over here. Pantheon's throwing up Pantheon's throwing up some funny stuff here. Hold on. Oh, wait. I see the moon, guys. I see it now. It's there. There it is. Clear as can be now. I totally see it. Yes. I don't know how I could have missed that. He's even got Batman over here in the corner. I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but he's got Batman right here. The only thing he was missing was the little tiny bishop. I can't draw a bishop. I'm trying to draw a bishop out of that. It looks like an R. Little tiny bishop sitting there would have been fun too. That's pretty funny. Good stuff, Pantheon. Pantheon for the humor. 1 point. Yep. So bird eye view photography agrees with me. It's small. There's 2 smaller ones to the left. It's light refraction, reflection. Yep, that's what I said too. Lens flare. Those are classic light orbs. It's just simply lens flare. So I agree with you on that one, Bird Eye. The one that they're talking about, though, Bird Eye, specifically is the after Avatar. If you look on Avatar, part of a light is partially on the board and partially off the board for where the Avatar is written on there. I say that's just another light, similarly to the one that's shining on the building next to it, and also similarly to the other 3 that are shining on the bottom portion of the sign under the way of the water. But that's just me. A lot of people are throwing out, I see moons, but I'm not seeing it that way. Point Break Thor says you tainted the jury pool. That's how OJ got off. Yeah, because it had nothing to do with the glove not fitting. December 8th is a full moon. Man, I feel like we just had one. Kale says the glove shrunk. Oh, wait, I gotta. If the glove don't fit, you must acquit. I gotta put in the thing in here. All right, hit live now for movie trivia. It starts in 2 minutes. You might want to hit live again right before we start. Mr. Mills says, Ojo's lawyer says, if the stock won't rip, continue to buy it. It doesn't ring quite the same, Mr. Mills, but I get what you're going for there. Bird Eye View Photography says, so this $80 trillion of Forex debt will crash currency and make CBDC a must know. That's my opinion. It seems like that's a strong case for it, for sure. We'll have to see what happens. So do you guys remember when O.J. Simpson got in trouble for beating somebody up in Las Vegas? Some guy was trafficking his signed autograph memorabilia or something like that. I don't remember the exact details behind it, but they like robbed the dude and then beat the guy up. You remember how that all went down? Remember how there was a guy that was with him that helped him do it, and he got in trouble for it too? So I have a feeling he kind of tends to work like that with groups of people. And my bet is he probably didn't do the dirty work, but whoever did do it probably had a smaller hand. No pun intended. May have had a small hand in doing the job. Yukon says CHX is pretty much at 1 million volume today. I see it, man. Did it go up some more? Hold on a second. I got to take a look. We'll start the trivia right after I look. Wow, 994,000. It did go up some more. These are big numbers, guys. Very, very big numbers. All right, let's take a look at what's going on here. Thanks, Alan. I appreciate that. Here we go. Movie trivia numbers, guys. We are doing the movie trivia for the day today is going to be on Forrest Gump. Let's start with the first question here. I'm actually gonna do this is the very first question that I'm gonna give you guys is the one that I didn't know the answer to. I didn't even know this was a thing. But during the making of Forrest Gump, here we go. First question. During the making of Forrest Gump, who doubled for Tom Hanks during his running scenes? I had no idea. Pantheon says his brother. That is correct. Do you know what his brother's name is? That's correct. His brother did it. Pantheon for the point on this one. It was his name is Jim Hanks. I had no clue that that was the case. Pantheon, let me write down your name. Do you know? Do you want to know something really funny, Pantheon? I have no problem saying your name when I read it. When I go to write your name, I literally have to say pan the on just so I can write it correctly. I don't know why, but it's so terrible because I can read your name correctly. It's just that for some reason when I go to write it down, I have to say it out loud in my head. Pan the on, panties on. No, I don't say that. I think I may have told you that once before. All right, next question. Forrest Gump is based on the real life story of which veteran? I'll take any name. Sammy L. Davis is correct for Danny. That is correct. What was Tom Hanks' age? Well, that's not cool. All right, when he gets to his older part and it's not the beginning years of his life, what was Tom Hanks' age in Forrest Gump? Oh no, it was Tom Hanks' age. How old was Tom Hanks when he played in Forrest Gump? I didn't realize that question was kind of weird. 25 for Roseanne Garb is correct. I did not know that. Next question. How many times was the Dr. Pepper scene shot? Does anybody know that? That may be too hard. How many times did they shoot the Dr. Pepper scene? 7 for Jabibs is correct. I don't even remember that scene. I don't even know what the hell that is. Oh, son of a gun. Where was Forrest Gump from and where was he born? Same place. Greenbow, Alabama from It's Me is correct for the 1 point there. Congratulations. I say congratulations to you because it's me. Tupac Shakur auditioned for which role? Bubba is correct for It's Me for a second point. I'm glad he didn't get it. I don't think he would have had quite the same rapper role had that been the case. Nobody would have been able to take him seriously. Let's see here. Who played the role of Forrest's mother? Sally Fields is correct for It's Me. I almost gave it to somebody else, but I just noticed that It's Me got it in there just a little bit quicker. 1 second. Somebody's saying something about candlesticks on. Oh, okay. All right. Let's see here. Tupac. This one might be for any of you guys out there who are familiar with plant life. What kind of trees were planted to improve the Vietnam scenes? Mm. Some of y'all are putting palm in there, and I'm gonna have to look something up real quick here and then go back. Do me a favor, guys, and stop. Well, actually, I'm gonna go back up and see who wrote palm first. PLM doesn't count. It's me. Palm was Jabib's first. Let me go look something up real quick here because I just want to see some. I'm not. The answer that they give is something I think entirely different than a palm. Uh, I'm going to say that's wrong, and I'm going to continue to look for the right answer. They are not the same thing. It does have palm in the name. Roseanne Garb for Palmetto is correct, and I think she's the first one that put it in. I'm scrolling through to see who put it in first, and let me just verify real quick, but Palmetto is correct. And while palm trees may be relative trees to it, they are not. Palmettos and palm trees are not the same thing. So I'm gonna have to give the point to Roseanne because I don't see anybody else who got it in before her. So Palmettos is correct. What did censored content say? Hairy palms. Yeah, okay. Let's see here. How long did the filming of the movie take? For what? For doesn't help me. I see fours, but I don't know for what. 4 years, 4 days. It's me says 4 months. That is correct. For it's me. Let me go back. I think it's me actually put four in first, if I'm not mistaken as well. No, Jabibs did. Jabibs, I'm gonna give you a credited point because I mean I feel like you knew what the answer was. I don't think anybody thought it really took 4 years, although some people did put 4 years in there. Uh, I'm gonna give you a point, Jabibs. It's me technically said 4 months first. Two, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Oh, I'm over points already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I got one more question to go here, guys. One more question. Last question. Let me pick a good one. Hold on a second. All right, here we go. What was Forrest IQ as a child? 75 by censored content's correct. That's a low IQ. All right, let's see what we got going on here for stats for this week. Let's see, we've got Pantheon coming in for his first point for the week. Danny R hitting up for a point for his first one for the week. Roseanne G with her first, no, is that her first point of the week? Yeah, it is her first point of the week. 2 points, first 2 points of the week. Jabib's coming in with 2 additional points on the 2 that he already has. Somebody's going strong here. It's me's coming in with 4 points today. Doing really, really well. Censored content for an additional point for the week. So let me tell you guys the breakdown as of right now. Number one, first place for the week, it's me with 5 points. Tied for second, we have censored content and Jabib's with 4 points. And in third is Roseanne G with 2 points. So congratulations to you all. You've got 2 more days of trivia questions to go. Walt says, this is rigged manipulation 100%. All my answers got sent to Casey Shaw's dark pool. I'll show you where my dark pool is. Oh, man. Some people are quick, man. I feel sometimes I wonder if there's like, if it has something to do with like proximity. But I know that's not necessarily the case because I know, like, for example, Pantheon and censored content are up in Canada, so there's no way that's the case. Congratulations, you've all won nothing. But we're having fun, though. Jabib says Pantheon is sitting next to you. I guess, Pantheon, you ready to go see a movie? We should go drinking or something, buddy. You're sitting next to me. All right, Pantheon says he's in the back of the big tramp. I guess we're going to a movie. Let's go watch a movie. Which movie are we going to go see, Pantheon? Roseanne, take care. Have a great day. Beavis and Butthead. I still haven't seen it yet because it's on Paramount. I'll see it here eventually, Pantheon. Turtle, you're welcome, man. Anything I can do to help make it go by a little smoother. It's a good thing, right? Mental health, keeping it in check. It was son of a gun, I forgot the name of it already. Palmetto. There it is. Nana Ape got it for Palmetto. It is correct. Dang. Thanks, Sam. Why did you get a point, Nana? You said Palmetto? Why do you think you got a point? They triggered SSR and AMC earlier today, yes. Much earlier ago. Every day it starts at the last 30 minutes of trading at 2:30 Central Standard Time. I try to keep it at the same time every day. That way people can always know to be able to join in. Tony Tesla says Tupac would still be alive if he was Bubba. I mean, that's like funny, but then I started thinking about it some more in my head, and like that's kind of sad. Oh, because you never got a point. You know, I saw did I see or did I hear a documentary? I want to say I heard a documentary of them talking about some of the final moments of Tupac's life, and his girlfriend said that she, as he was dying, she played his favorite song, and as he was breathing his last breaths, and so I kind of perked up because I was like, oh, that's kind of how I'd like to go out too. I'd like to hear like one of my favorite songs going out too. And so I kind of thought I started to wonder. I was like, well, I wonder what his favorite song was, and they started playing his favorite song, and I would have never have guessed that his I don't remember what it was off the top of my head, but I was really kind of shocked. I just wouldn't have guessed that was his favorite song when I heard it. I was like, wow, okay, that's different. We can do comedy tomorrow, Andrew. I don't know if I'll do "Don't Tell Mama the Babysitter's Dead" trivia, but uh, here I'll look it up. I'll look it up and see what song it was. Um, Vincent by Don McLean's. Let's just have a listen to it real quick here. Oops, that's not it. I'll just give you guys a quick little snap of it.
Starry, starry night.
This was his favorite song.
Palette blue and gray. Look out on a summer's day with eyes that know the darkness in my soul. Shadows on the hills. Sketch the trees and the daffodils. Catch the breeze and the winter chills in colors on the snowy linen land.
I mean, I just wouldn't have guessed, but that's apparently his favorite song right there. She played it for him on repeat until he passed away. Joe says like we were already depressed. I just when I first heard the song, I was like, wow, that's it's very touching. I don't know. It's not a song I would pick, but I just thought it was very interesting though. Casey, it's that time, Yucca Frida says. It's almost that time. We're not quite there yet. I don't know. I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, like, what song would I want to hear if I was going to pass away? And I'm trying to think. I don't know. I really don't know what I'd want to hear. When I was in, I'm buying old. Javiv says. When I was in music theory growing up in my younger years, in college courses, one of the I don't remember exactly what it was. I don't remember what we were discussing or talking about. Oh, I know what it was. We were talking about the rest symbol. A lot of musicians tend to rush the rest. And so we had this discussion. The teacher kind of stopped everybody and said, guys, you got to understand, one of the most beautiful parts to music is the silence. And so he showed us, he played, I don't remember what piece it was, but he played some classical piece that had a rest in it. And he showed us how it could be interpreted different ways, with the rest being played in the way it was written versus the way that it, you could feel it versus the way that, rushing through it. He just played it different ways, right? But truly and honestly, there is so much power in the power of silence, that is underestimated in music. It's really kind of one of the most powerful things. Sometimes less is more. But I don't know. Take that in life, maybe. Maybe in life, sometimes less is more as well. Jabib says, let's try it, Casey. Just kidding. Don't tempt me with a good time. Ariel says, very much like a lack of movement in film. It's empty. I just tossed it back. My cup is empty. Other than the ice that's sitting in this cup, it is empty. No, I can't say that I've listened to. I mean, I know I've heard like a half a dozen or more songs of Tupac's before, but I don't know them by name. So there's a good chance that maybe if that's one of his more popular song changes, that maybe I've heard it before, but I don't know for sure. Adam Aaron says, "Don't take my silence for inaction." He has. I don't know if those are his exact words, but I do believe he said something very similar to that. Kent says, "I dreamed there was no war" by the Eagles. I'm real bad with names, Yucca Frida. I don't know. Real bad with names. It sounds familiar, but I don't know until I hear it. Once I hear it, I go like, "Oh yeah, I've definitely heard that before." I would play the Yellow Brick Road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Can you imagine hearing that for like the last thing that you hear before you die? Follow the yellow brick road. You're like, no, no, my last moments of life hearing follow the yellow brick road. This is not how I want to go. Give me silence. More cowbell. Ooh, Walt says Lou versus Wall Street should learn that silence is powerful. Well, guys, it's getting really close to that time of the day. I forgot to mention this earlier. Duncan says Sinatra, My Way, or his music masterfully. One thing I forgot to mention to you guys is that the song that's played today is a 2-chord song. It's over a 5-minute song, and it's just 2 chords back and forth over and over and over. It's quite amazing to me how somebody can play the same 2 chords over and over and over. And it does, if you play the song enough times, maybe back to back, it can get annoying, but it's kind of masterful to be able to play just 2 chords for an entire song and get the same feel, or feel like you've gotten something out of a song. So I love that fact about this song. Anyways, I will see you guys tomorrow, because it is that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest, because tomorrow is another day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets for a walk, because they like to get outside too. Go see a movie. That's what we're here for. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Jane says, I'm done with Sergio. You treat me like a rag doll. She hides the television. Said I don't know him nothing but it. Oh, he come back again. Tell him, wait right here for me. Oh, try again tomorrow. I'm gonna kick tomorrow. I'm gonna kick tomorrow. Jane says, have you seen my wig around? I can make it without it. She knows they all want her to go, but that's okay, man. She don't like them anyway. Jane says I'm going away to Spain when I get my money saved. Gonna start tomorrow. I'm gonna kick tomorrow. I'm gonna kick tomorrow. Well, she did, man, and she starts to cry. She take a swing, man. She can't help. She don't mean no harm. She just don't know what else to do about it. And Jane goes to the store at 8. She walks up on St. Andrews. She waits and gets her dinner there. She pulls her dinner from her pocket. Jane says I ain't never been in love. I don't know what it is. She only knows if someone wants her. I want 'em if they want me. I only know they want me. She gets mad and she starts to cry. She takes a swing, man. She can't hit. She don't mean no harm. She just don't know what else to do about it. Jane says, Jane says,
out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other, all